Team number go.
Entertainment.
Switch up again. Yeah, man. Watch up, man. Hey, for those of you already logged on, welcome, welcome, and good night. You're under the sweetest Rastaman to ever touch radio with you tonight, live and lively. You understand me? Hey, be sure if you're there, share the live with your friends and family. Share it on your Facebook page. Just keep sharing it until somebody link it. Get those numbers. Welcome to the interactive NextGenSKN. Well, if you're on the live right now, just hit that love button, man. Send some love right now to the live. Just send the love, send the love, send the love. Red up the live, no man. Wire. Wire. It's gonna be a party tonight. It's gonna be vibes. It's gonna be nice. If you're red and ready, hit the love button, baby. Woo! Hey, shout out to the technical crew, man. Keeping the vibes right. Keeping the connection tight. Do you hear? Whoa. It doesn't let you know tonight is the big reveal, the big reveal. We're going to be kicking off in a few short minutes. Sinkage time. Yeah, get into that part now. Remember, I got like proportion where I got to say, so I don't run out of things to say. I don't come tell you how to put up your video and so. Jesus Christ, man. Like you want me one out the thing to say? You want me to say everything one time? Jesus Christ. Hey, pick up my partner. He's just reminding me. Yeah, boy, we're gonna have some fun here tonight. Believe me, because you know what's the real right is around. Vibes is up and loud. Why? Say it's warm to you. Sage, where were you when I was setting up here? Don't disturb me. So you got me a car, you Sage now. First I went over, so somebody move me. Now I come here, somebody want to move me again. Me not move again, you know. Are you from England? Yes, I be. That's why I don't want no one woman. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Hey, share the live, man. Keep hitting that love button, keep hitting that share button. You want a code? You too? Okay. No, we ain't on camera yet. We don't want on camera, eh? Hey, give me some love in the comment section, man. Just put up some red hearts, man. Red out the comment section where you feel like red and ready. Alexis, big up yourself. Of course, you don't know. When I come to work, I come to work, you know. Once the money's sweet, you don't know. Yep. Yeah, man, tell one to tell all, it's the grand reveal. Yeah, give me back some more voice before you move. Acho? Yeah, that's good. I mean, one woman. Hey, Ivor, big up yourself, partner. Joy Sweeney, big up yourself, comrade. I hear the fish at the home today. How come no fish reach your freedom? See how you be mine. When the night talk, boy, I love. See how you be mine. Yeah, but it's not gonna be only about entertainment tonight, information as well. Food for thought. So digest well. You might want to have a glass of red wine to help that, you know. Just watch out for the flatulence. Yeah, man, give me something red in the comment section. Red and ready. Woo! Yeah, man, just find anything red and put it up. Could be a heart, could be an X, hit the love button, I don't care. Oh, see my friend put up a case. Naomi, big up yourself. Yeah, night. Up and live. Whoa. Miss Brown. Hey, so we can run some music so long? All right, then, cool.
Now give this to no word, not to no word. You got me up on she night and day. Got me up when she wind on day. Got you rock on the line right there.
When you find something good, do it like that.
She ting down there, I swing down there. Got me up on she night and day. Now let this go.
We're gonna be kicking off in a few short minutes.
Now let this go.
Woo!
Come jam up on me, girl, bring that body. Spread your sweet and better.
The man is you in charge, yeah.
You do on me bad.
I walk with whatever I am.
What I feel it. See, baby, baby.
Yes, you put on some good clothes tonight.
Yeah, have a good time. That's all I want, yeah. So come give me all of that.
Ready up!
So best believe. Oh, yeah. When I find it, girl, I'm not
Believe it.
how you grooving.
How?
Stay with me.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. So, girl, I'm hoping that I'm not too late.
Here we counting down, people. Share the
She
live.
jump down there, then I jump down there.
What you jump down?
Then I swing down there. Now let this go.
Now let this
Go. Now let this go.
Now let this
The way she jump down there, then I jump down there. And then she swing down there, so I swing down there. Now let this go. Now let this go.
Now let this.
You got me up on she night and day.
Hey.
Got me up when she wind down there. Got you rock on the line right there. Now give it to me.
Yes, people, plug your timeline.
I swing down there. Got me up on she night and day. Now let this go. Now let this go. Now let this go. Now
Yeah, we're gonna change the color of Facebook tonight from blue to red.
fever.
Share the live. Plug your
You
timeline.
make me a believer, baby.
And once you share the live, put something red in the comment section.
Chase some of that, yeah, have a good time. It's all I want, yeah. So come give me all of that.
Best believe.
Best believe. Oh, yeah. When I find it, girl,
I'm not moving.
how you cool.
Can you hear?
Baby, please. Oh, yeah. So, girl, I'm hoping that I'm not too late. What she do? What she do? When she jump down there, then I jump down there. When she ting down there, then I swing down there. Now let this go.
Now let this go.
Now let this go.
Now let
When she
this.
jump down there, then I jump down there. Down there, so I swing down.
Have an El Powell, where you want to see me for?
Now let this go. Now let this go. The girl got me up on she night and
She wants to see if I look like our son, you see?
wind down there.
My people is something else here.
Line right there. Now give it up 'cause she nice right there. And when she ting down there, I swing down there. Girl got me up and she nice.
Hey, John, put me up there so long so Avil could see me.
Let this go. Now
I hope she got money.
let it. Yeah.
Boom!
Patrice again.
Oh, no.
Nah.
Oh, no. Touch me now, baby.
Touch me like you need it.
You don't go touch me back to, you know.
Again.
Whoa.
Nah. Touch me like you need it. Would you say it to me like you mean it? Need it. You and I both know you feel it. So come say it to me like you mean it. We both know.
Hey, Dahlia, good night. How you doing?
Baby, you did do something to me, make me want you all the time.
You see, you get the rush to love, eh?
And Daddy, boy, you know, say you feel work like overtime for this love of mine. Me, why you feel touch me like you need it?
Mean it.
So come say it to me like you mean it.
If you're just logging on, just tuning in,
So come say it to me like
especially if you're on Kiss
you
FM,
need it.
Freedom FM,
I know.
welcome to the Next Gen Interactive.
Hi, baby, make us say something.
It's the grand reveal tonight.
And I wanna give you my love. What you gonna do if I give you my love? What you gonna do if I put it on you, darling?
Judy, good night.
I need to know that you need it.
Like you mean it.
Need it. Would you say it to me like you mean it? Mean it. Mean it. You and I both know you feel it. Feel it.
Feel it.
So come say it to me like you mean it.
Mean
We
it.
both know you need it. Baby, oh.
Whoa.
You did do something to me. Make me want you all the time.
I know, right?
What now? Daddy, oh. Boy, you know, say you feel work like overtime for this love of mine. Me, why you feel touch me like you need it? Need it, need it. So come say it to me like you mean it. Mean it, mean it. You and I both know you feel it. Feel it, feel it. So come say it to me like you mean it. We both know you need it. Touch me like you mean it.
I feel tired up. Communication tied up. Navigation tied up. Oh, nah, nah, nah. You stay on my radar.
Whoa.
On my radar. You stay. Oh, yeah.
Yes, Joy. Good night.
Tied up.
Joy, you don't share the live on your page.
Navigation tied up. Oh, nah, nah, nah. You stay on my radar. Oh, you're on my radar. You stay on my radar. Oh,
Wipe me face like a preacher.
now must have to find you. You signal me when you wind up. You stay on my radar.
Whoa.
On the radar. Yeah. How you do that? It's madness when you maneuver.
Darling.
I salute ya. Wine so low like your scuba diving. The major, baby, keep walking up. For me, I can't get enough. I got luck on the thing, oh gosh. The baseline drop, waist gets slack. Rolling back, I detecting that. Target lock, launch and attack. Girl, I mash up the place like that. And when you rhythm start to feel sweet and cheap.
I know.
Oh yeah. And when I reach the destination, I go find out. Nah, 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 nah. You stay on the radar.
Whoa.
On the radar.
I'm watching you, girl.
You stay on the radar.
Lord.
On the radar. And now I start to find you. You signal me when you wind.
Shiny.
Stay on the radar.
Whoa.
On the radar. Them hips like the ocean. Back and forth is the motion. Love you wine with so much emotion. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, can I tell you something, girl?
Yeah, where you move that thing there.
Can I make a confession?
Where you move like you move.
Anytime you move,
Girl, where you take off your shoes, but come the dance floor.
take the jam, baby.
I want you show me your moves, girl, oh your back so. Take the jamming, baby. I watching you long time now. Take the jamming, baby.
You best believe that, you know, darling.
Love, all.
Red and ready.
Whoa. Girl, you bring this on yourself. Look how you stand out in the crowd. I know you smile when our eyes connect. Oh, 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 oh. The kind of girl that I dream about. With just a little bit of attitude. You're not easy, and the whole world gonna know now. My girl, show off, show off. Look, everybody wanna come around. So girl, you know how to lock you down. Whoa, one thing on my mind. My girl,
Yo, show off, show off.
now everybody have to give you room. Cause when you wind, you put me in a mood.
You're so rude.
So rude. Girl, I want you take off your shoes, run down the dance floor. Take the jamming, baby. I want you show me your moves, girl, how you back so.
Take the jam,
I'm
baby.
watching you long time now. Take the jamming, baby.
I was if you get a jam from a labor man. Oh my God, you must fall in love now.
The jamming, baby.
I'm telling you.
Why you tell me where you feel?
Oh,
I only wanna make you feel easy. I wanna give you everything with maximum feeling, girl.
here folks, come on the inside, man. Share the live on your page. Read up your page tonight.
With you.
We're gonna be kicking off in a few short minutes. Remember, I tell you so, you know.
Show off.
Show off.
Look, everybody wanna come around. So girl, you know.
Yeah, man, the next gen SKN gonna show off tonight.
My girl, show off. Now everybody have to give me room. Cause when you wind, you put me in
So the next time your friend them say, well, girl, we make you vote for Labour. Pull your manifesto.
Take the jamming, baby. I want you to show me your moves, girl. Oh, your man, so.
Take the jamming.
I want you there long time now. Take the jamming, baby. And I wanna give you love all night long. Take the jamming, baby.
Well, alright then.
Well, alright then.
Oh, yeah.
Well, alright then.
Oh, yeah.
What you say, girl?
Oh, yeah. Hey, I said, do it not one thing. Yeah, 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 do it not one thing.
Can't do it all.
One thing. Yeah, do it not one thing. Yeah, do it not one thing.
Yeah, we just warming up the party.
Continue the bad work.
Hey, big my partner Austin Edinburgh. So long I ain't see you, boy.
Practice the evil. Can't touch me.
Come like since the ship them stop come, you got in hiding.
Can't reach because
You crawl out the woodwork now.
I'm for it. Give thanks and
Red and ready.
I mean, say when you have a party, you watch out for them. Watch out for them. I say,
Watch out for them.
When you go out on the road, still watch out for them.
You better watch out for them and watch out for
All on the workplace, watch out for them. Watch out for them. I say, watch out for them. I say, they're all in your circle. Well, if you're blessed, then you know, so you can't do it not one thing.
Can't do it now.
One thing.
Hey sis, big up yourself.
Can't do it not one thing.
Where come on you in ya?
Do it not one thing. Can't do it not one thing. Can't do it not one thing. Can't do it not one thing.
Listen. I can't believe that's you, girl. No longer I see you. Long time. Make up for all this time.
Look cool. You know how long we already see you. It could have been about a year or two. Want to drink now, what we go do? Long time. In a while we a bust a line. Nothing to change for you still look fine. How you look?
Guess what?
I thought you hiding. I thought you went for it.
Look.
Look how things happen now. Look how things happen now.
So let me have a plan.
I don't even want to leave you. I don't know when we won't.
I don't know where I'm gonna see again now. Let me take the wine now.
So long I see you. Give me a wine now. Give me a wine now. Give me the wine that I want long time now.
Yeah, man, this is the pre-party.
So long I see you. Give me a wine now. Give me a wine.
Yeah, we're gonna kick out the program just now. But in the meantime, again. Oh Lord. You can't hear, say share the live. Let's go. If you know it, sing it and whine. Please set in the joint now.
When them jam in the party, teasing up on the men now. When them jam in the party,
Mix
when
man.
you're hitting the party, all bouncers are looking so heavy. All kinds in the session they rolling.
Good Lord.
The men now them say, when I look at she body, when I look at she body, when I look at she body, when I look at she body.
You go jump over the wall.
Too cool.
Jump over the wall.
So inviting, I jump
The
in.
gate man don't close the gate. Jump over the wall.
When I look at the body,
Yeah.
when I look at the body, when I look at the body.
When I look at. Hey, watch if after tonight you don't feel good to be labor, you ungrateful.
Like the passion,
When them jam in the party.
men just watching the motion. When them jamming,
Rosella!
sexy, all the girls
When you say are sweet,
but still them are ready to show.
the plane them should have come in you with a fine out to choke.
The men know them say, when I look at the body, when I look at the body, when I look at the body, when I look at
Look at it now.
don't ask them to cool it down.
When I break, just break.
Inviting,
When I jump, live for the earth.
when I look at the body,
When I look at
body.
whoa. So why you skinny?
West Indian.
I want you to.
Grind me, grind me, grind me.
I want you to.
Grind me, grind me, grind me.
Yeah.
I want you to grind me, grind me, grind me. I want you to grind me, grind me, grind me.
Here we're going on now.
Sing.
Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, man, show some love in the comment section. Read up the thing now, man. Okay, here we're going now, right? Whatever you're going to type, make sure you got something red next to it. Look for something red on your keyboard while you're typing. And whatever you type, make sure something red next to it. I want to see all red in the comment section. Why you do? You hear what I tell you, girl?
It's like you're looking for a man.
Me want dance and you look, man.
Anywhere you be.
Oh, you got coffee.
I could never dance with you.
Your medication is important.
Why you want to kill me?
I know, right? You check it out.
Mash up with a salva, man. Aye.
Man, you got next one in the Jeep. Don't play smart. You got next one in the Jeep. Don't play smart. I know you do this thing, you know.
It's like you look for romance.
Radio!
Anywhere you dance with me. Hey!
Guess what you do, girl?
You tantalize me, but
I want to give you some money, you know.
you wind me, you grind me, you squeeze me, excite me, entice me, expose me.
Tell me.
Why you jump me so? Why you tease me so?
Yeah, folks, we have to a bit of a late start, but don't worry about that. I'm just keeping you company in the meantime and between time. It's the grand reveal tonight. NextGenSKN Interactive.
You hold me, you expose me, excite me.
Well, I guess by now it's no secret. It's the grand reveal, the grand launch of the Manifesto.
And I'm in there,
And it's all about you.
right up in
You hear?
and I'm
Okay.
in there,
Right up! Right up!
and I'm right up in there, and I'm in there,
Me don't tell lie.
and I'm true, man. World mash up, man.
Now smash up. Take it easy now.
For dancing up. You have your hand all down in the eye.
Alright, take it out, man. What you doing there? Ready? Walk it up. No! 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 Oh.
Hold me round me waist.
Don't put your hand there, miss.
It's such a big, big disgrace. Yeah, you embarrass me. The way you rock me body.
Start whining, man.
Wind me,
You grind that.
squeeze me, excite me, entice me, expose me.
Tell me, baby.
Tell me,
Why you jump me so? Why you tease me so? Why you jump me so? Why you whoops me so?
Whoops it, no man.
bite me, caress me, kiss me, vibrate me, irate me, rock me, roll me, dig me, and I'm in there, and I'm right up in there, and I'm in there, and I'm right up in there, and I'm in there, and I'm right up in there, and I'm in there, and I'm true, man. What you want, damn it, man? Hey, take it easy, girl. You want damn it, babe.
Yeah, so long you've been waiting for the grand reveal. So guess what's going on?
Tonight is your night.
what? Oh, you mean anything, baby, anything, baby. You understand? Hey, what did you say? Nobody care about the late start. I like you. We gonna wait on labor. Well, I labor people is up to guess, but I say, hey, cute. Just do what you want, labor. Labor, do what you want. Carry on. Once you hear next DJ sing on while you play, you go pull up the tune. Anybody see Joy? Tell us to come dance with she man, you know.
Tonight is your night. It's your world, baby. Do what you like. Why you know it?
Sis, why you say you love the shot? Is a woman boy to me? I can't tell me last day when shop. Is a woman bring it to me from States. Hui!
Carry on, baby.
Yep!
Carry on.
Carry on!
Carry on, baby.
Anything you want.
Carry on, carry on, carry on.
Anything you want.
Wind it up, wind it up, wind it up.
Anything you want. I want you shake it up, shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. Oh my God.
When you bend it up, you bend it up, you bend it up, you bend it up, I like that.
Oh my God.
I want you give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, baby, I like that.
Oh my God.
I want you give me all of that, when you put it on this spot, I like that.
You got to sing it.
911,
No daddy in you, you know.
emergency. 911,
Don't disturb me, lad, you know.
I don't think I could handle that.
Me.
I don't think you could manage all that, baby.
Hold on there. Let's talk to a sexy lady now.
Hold me, darling.
Somebody give me some love, no man. I wanna see red in the comment section. Hello.
Just come to me.
Hello. Listen to me.
She got the thing I love. Where she from, I don't know.
I don't know.
She wears and go low.
I don't know.
The place like I don't
Look at this girl now.
Say what you say, what you say, what you say. Pretty girl, when you come my way.
So what you do?
What you do, what you do.
I must get you.
Girl, roll up now, you show me that wine. Turn around, girl, don't be shy. Hello,
Don't be shy, baby.
hello.
I want to talk to you now.
So girl, I love how the way you blow my mind. Hold me tight and bring that wine. Hello,
I want to talk to you now.
hello.
I have a question now.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
For it? Are you ready? Are you ready for it?
She won't give me that.
Hold up, wind it up.
When you're ready.
Front to the back, no long chat, just come to me. I'll give you that sweet type of love.
Rasta love.
Sweet type of love.
I mean.
Come give me that sweet type of love.
I mean.
Real type of love. Hold me, darling. Cause one night we jamming.
K-Will.
Yeah, say she sweet like a mango. She play the thing like a banjo. Them other girl them don't know how she crack it.
Hey, if you just coming in on the live, share it now, man.
So when you say,
Don't be greedy.
sexy girl, when you come,
And I say labor sweet, but share it with somebody.
get through. Girl,
Hope you will show me a wine.
turn around, girl, don't be shy.
Say hello.
Hello.
Could you say hello?
Yeah. So girl, I love how the way you blow my mind. Hold me tight and bring down wine.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Girl,
Are you ready for it?
question.
Are you ready?
How?
Are you ready for it? I'll give it up. Hold up. Wind it up.
When you're ready.
Front to the back. Hold up. Just come to me. I'll give you that sweet type of love. Sweet type of love.
Real type of
That
love.
sweet type of love.
Rasta love.
Real type of
I mean.
Hold
Tasha must explain what Rasta loving means. That's what I tell her.
Anything that you do for me, I'll do for you 10 times over.
10 times over. Hey,
Baby.
oh.
And if you give love to me, I'll give love to you 10 times over. 10 times over.
Let's go.
Baby. Tell me you want me.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Tell me you need me.
How much time?
10 times over. And I will tell you I want you.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Need ya. 10 times over. Baby. I really wanna fling it up on you.
Joy, you start to be able to come on, you know. Disappear the dance, I'm gonna see where you're going, you know.
Wanna be with you for it.
The party inside, not outside.
Fling it up on you.
Wanna go outside again.
In your bed. Wanna be wrapped up in your
Ready now.
baby, I'm so into you.
So,
Into you.
so,
Into you.
so,
I'm into you.
into,
you.
into, into,
And I will give it to you.
into,
Into you.
into,
Into you.
into,
Into you. That's all I'm giving to you.
Listen again.
And if you stay down for me, I stay down for you 10 times over. 10 times over. Baby. If you stick around for me, I stick around for you 10 times over. 10 times over. So when you want good love, baby, run come to me. Give it to me good, I give it back properly. Send on, special delivery. I give it to you anyhow you want. If you say back it up, I'm gonna back it up. If you say lift it up,
Lift it up,
you wanna jack it up,
jack it up.
and I can never, ever, ever get enough. I really wanna fling it up on you.
I know that.
Wanna be bubbling up in you.
Me say you watch me.
Wanna be wrapped up in your arms. Wanna be with you forever. I really wanna fling it up on you. Wanna be bubbling up in your bed. Wanna be wrapped up in your
I am man.
baby, I'm so into you. Into you.
Into.
I'm so into you.
Into.
Into you. Oxana, I will
I am mean.
into you. Into you. Into you. I'm so into you.
Hereby the place gets so excited and full of energy. You want to know why?
Every time I watch,
You make me feel like yeah. Who's up with the music? How is it is so near? Oh my God.
Real right entertainment.
can you make me feel like
Don't rush it out. Take your time.
need to touch?
Take your time. Take your
Eyes
time.
on you now and me now go miss a beat.
If you believe in love, send some heart, no man.
But you know you're up and down wash.
Right there, sir.
I'm still picture in a wash.
Oh, yeah.
Fireman carriage because your heat
Oh, yeah.
high. Dry up the earth and you make
Oh, yeah.
Cash for the night, can't measure how your blood suck. Specialist can see how your hot suck. You can decide for the ice for your
When you get some good Rasta love here,
some blazing kind of love.
and you make me feel like
Don't need to touch. Oh, now got my eyes on you now and
me nah go miss her. What kind of love will you say you want, girl? Blaze it down. Blaze it down. Blaze it down. When the beat drop, go so now.
Get fire, let me blaze it love. Get fire, let me keep on blazing. Get fire, let me blaze it love. Bust the glass up if you sweat. Pressure gone up my love at the end. Fire alarm in your arm. Protect me from all these well wishes who don't wish you well. All have I been me, yeah. All have I been me, yeah. From the start till they do it part, them can destroy me. One year know you're up and down ocean. You can still picture in a motion. Fireman carries because your heat too high. Dry up the earth and you make clouds fly. Catch for a night, can't measure how your bounce up. Specialist can see how your answer. You can decide for the ice for your reach up. It's a blazing kind of love.
And you make me feel. Yeah, man, love's supposed to be nice and easy.
Don't need to touch. Oh, now come here. You know what me now.
Go, miss her.
I'm a cat.
We're trying to support the shoes them.
Copy, blazing, blazing,
You think they shot bad?
blazing, 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 blazing,
Wicked tonight.
blazing. Get the fire, let me blaze it low. Get the fire, let me keep on blazing. Get the fire, let me blaze it low.
Everybody log on to the live right now. Do this.
Take a wine,
Take a wine now.
Take a wine on me.
Take a wine now.
Boy, yo, yo, yo.
When you find a sexy labor woman, say,
Baby,
oh.
I've traveled through the stars and many moons to find you. Baby,
Sit down.
the sugar on your skin, the sweetest melanin, yeah.
Ready.
See when you step out into the light
And your
body looking right. No constellation in the sky could ever take a shine. I'll travel a million miles just to look up on your smile. Baby, look up to the clouds right now. Say it to me, I will be around for the entire night. See, baby, while I'm close, I'll be here by your side. You're doing things to me that I cannot deny. The way you're looking, girl, you are so certified.
Walk it up, let me see you so fast. Hey, 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 hey.
Fast wine. Take my boat to the dock side and anchor down by the bedside. Give me that fast wine. Take my boat to the dock side and anchor down by the bedside. Baby, I see you as a queen, a love that's made for me, yeah.
Banana baby, yeah.
When you put on your crown,
Hand it up to the
ground, girl. See when you step out into the light and your body looking right. No constellation in the sky could ever take a shot.
I am it.
I'll travel a million miles just to
Look it up, look it
on
up,
your
look it
smile.
up, look it up.
Baby, look up to the clouds right.
What the hell are you doing here?
We'll be around for the entire night.
Hanga day.
Baby, while I'm close, I'll be here.
Hey, the man, you're so sweet, right?
Doing things to me that I cannot deny.
Bang, but the good baby.
Where you're looking, girl,
You were so.
certified.
Walk it up, walk it up.
When you give me that fast wine.
Oh.
Fast wine. Take my boat to the dock side and
Anchor down.
the bedside. Give me that fast wine. Take my boat to the dock side.
I want to cut the song, you short and bring the next one. Listen now.
Can I say what I want to say?
You check?
I wanna say what I want to say. Can I say what
If somebody a bad mind you right now, get up and walk road.
people don't know ya?
Whoa,
But they won't judge you.
whoa.
They talking about ya. It must be something about you. Smiling your face and
talking ya.
bad and talking of things that far from the facts. Why you talking about me? I'll be pressing on, doing my thing.
Tell bad mind people.
Please don't judge.
You hear?
God don't put you to one.
Hey, put you up for that.
He don't like a girl. Don't tell them keep it right.
All for me, yeah.
For me, oh man.
Hey, stand up and testify and start wave your hand number.
Yo, Teddy, see what you want to see.
Something on my
We're gonna have a revival in here. I got some people around here. They don't like you. They don't know you. And I walk and I talk about you. But tell them you God bless you. Tell them they can't stop you.
don't know ya, but they won't judge you. They talking about
Get out here.
must be something about you. Smile in your face.
How would I
and
do?
Talking you back.
They stink.
Making up things that far from.
Listen again.
Why you talking about me?
No.
I'll be pressing on, doing my thing.
Press on, my brother and my sister.
Telling you, please, don't
Press on, my brother.
God don't put you to.
Press on, my sister.
Don't like
Tell them no weapon form against you shall prosper.
off me,
Up and down and run up the moat. Tell them.
in your capale.
Bale, bale. Bale. Who will play the music? Let me talk to you once more. Listen now.
You think it easy?
Easy?
They bad mind and envy.
So grudge.
Take a walk in my
Lord.
shoes. Then let me hear you. They playing sand and talking you bad and talk go bring talk that far from the facts. Why
While
you
they talking?
talking about me?
Guess what I doing?
I'll be pressing on, doing my thing.
We ain't gonna time for that.
I'm telling you, please, don't just
We ain't gonna time for that, you know.
don't put you to watch me. He don't like it.
Tell them.
Don't keep their eyes on me. Off of me. Off me. Off of me. Off of me.
Look, you know.
Yo, capale.
Pale, pale. Pale, pale. I want to see some dancing in here right now. Hold on there.
Can I say what I want to say? I want to say what I want to say. Can I say what I want to say?
Massive, now that you're free up and you're warmed up,
At the back of your mind, you want to see this.
we gonna do some dancing in here.
Can I say what I want to say?
Are you ready?
I'm begging you,
Please.
don't touch me. God to put you
God to put you on that, yeah.
He don't like ugly. Sometimes I keep your eyes off me. Off of me. Off me.
Lord, somebody get up and walk up the man. Remember, I tell you it's dancing time. Start to move, round everybody.
Get ready now for that. Bring it up and get back out and
Just dance, and swing,
Just wind up low and bring it. Mr. DJ, turn it up, swing it. I make the girl them dance and sing it. You see that girl them all say wow.
win it.
And if you can't punch her, him a go rim it. I just see how the way she a flip it. And when she wind down low and dip it, when she a grip it.
I know I've done so many
Wrong things in the
past, yeah. Still what we have is everlasting.
Hey, Wilma, give thanks, man.
I don't wanna bring those
Oh,
memories back.
yeah, we getting you all warmed
I
up.
just wanna.
We getting you red and ready. Oh,
I spent so many lonely nights up on this pillow, watching my life go away.
yeah.
Now it's time for me to get on out this house. Whoa.
We can't go away.
Music play.
But guess what?
I just wanna dance
Dance where you pay for.
with you. A party over
Dance where you pay for now.
for two.
Hui.
'Cause girl, I get this feeling.
It's so true.
Whenever I'm dancing.
Okay, start walk it up now. Walk it up. Walk it up. Walk it up. Walk it up. Got the beat now.
Love the way all the girl ya swing it. When she a wine, every man want ding it. Here a number, watch if you ring it and I spend up on it, ting 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 it.
You got those crazy moves that take my blues away. Even when
You're
you're
standing still.
I wanna be up on you
Every night.
and day.
Anything you want.
Sing for you, I will.
I'm say, oh, oh.
No more lonely nights up inside this house. Whoa.
Come, baby.
Come with me into the street.
Hey, Blender, big up.
This is our time to give it what we got.
Whoa.
Let's smoke this happy
Everybody, start.
dance, yeah, with you. A
Party over.
now for two. 'Cause girl, I get this feeling that's so true. Whenever I'm there
What kind of dancing?
with you and only you.
One goes out to one.
Hold on. Hold on.
I hear wearing.
Good up, good up.
I need you to come to the front.
Just before we start.
Take it down it. Tell your friend and
Just before we start.
I need your foot.
If you're ready and ready, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Bend down. Right there. Right there. You see the one, yeah?
This is the part where you take over to whatever you want.
Baby,
Grab on your friend and grab on
grab your rock, grab your flag, your bandana, start wave now.
Show me you succeed.
Red and ready. Hi, Delcy.
Show me you succeed.
Show me the baby. Show me you're sexy. Hold on there. People, don't forget why we're here right now on this virtual platform. It's for the grand reveal, the grand launch. You understand? So please, Stick and stay. It's gonna be interesting, trust me.
How you mean you don't want to dance?
Somebody give me a beer, please.
I don't know.
Hot the gal day.
To the dance floor.
He's on the move.
I don't know.
You see the one, yeah, right now.
This one goes out to all of the girls and them in attendance right now.
Right now.
I hear wearing good up. I need you to come to the front. You're gonna take it down in a position. Tell your friend and them.
Tomorrow say your picture doggy dance.
You need compliance.
Your mine and doggy, yeah.
Hello, what I see. Girl, bend down. Stop. Ooh, girl, I like that. Bend down.
Hey, somebody put red and ready in the comment section right now. And put something red next to it. A red emoji. Red and ready. Do it.
Show me your sexy dance.
How the gal day. Show me. Ram pam pam.
Show me your sexy dance like that. Show me your sexy dance. Pam pam pam. Show me your sexy dance. Your body is amazing, you know. The way how you're ticking and talking. Now imagine I is the remote, and I am the one in control of it. Ooh, let me see you move to the left. Let me see you bring it to the right. Bring it back to the left. Now I wanna see you make it bend down. Push back, girl, I like that. Bend down, push back, girl, I like that. Now this is the part where you take over, do whatever you want. Grab all your friend them, grab all your girl them. Show me your sexy dance, like Show me your sexy dance, ram pa dam, pam pam pam. Show me your sexy dance, like Show me your sexy dance, ram pa dam. Show me your sexy dance. Well, all kind of thing going right through me brain when your friend and them a touch up your fender. Feel God had too much time on your hands, cause the bam is over. Like how you gonna be pretty in the face, all of that way, that itty bitty waist. Well, I can't make sense of it. Can't position yourself and let me see you bend down, push back. Girl, I like that. Bend down, push back. Girl, I like that. Now this is the part where you take over, do whatever you want.
Grab them now.
Grab all your friend them, grab all your girl them. Show me your sexy dance, like Show me your sexy dance, ram pa dam, pam pam pam. Show me your sexy dance, like Show me your sexy dance, ram pa dam, pam pam pam. Show me your sexy dance. Yo, how you mean you don't want to dance? Well, it's I don't know. All the girls them to the dance floor. I don't know. This one goes out to all of the girls and them in attendance right now. I hear wearing good up. I need you to come to the front. You're gonna take it down in a position. Tell your friend and them to pull your thing. I need your full compliance. Now follow what I say. Girl, bend down, push back. Ooh, girl, I like that. Bend down, push back. Ooh, girl, I like that. Now this is the part where you take over, do whatever you want. Grab all your friend them, grab all your girl them. Show me your sexy dance, like Show me your sexy dance, ram pa dam, pam pam pam. Show me your sexy dance, like Show me your sexy dance, ram pa dam, pam pam pam. Show me your sexy dance. Your body is amazing, you know. The way how you're ticking and talking. Now imagine I is the remote, and I am the one in control of it. Ooh, let me see you move to the left. Let me see you bring it to the right. Bring it back to the left. Now I wanna see you make it bend down, push back. Girl, I like that. Bend down, push back. Girl, I like that. Now this is the part where you take over, do whatever you want. Grab all your friend them, grab all your girl them. Show me your sexy dance, like Show me your sexy dance, ram pa dam, pam pam pam. Show me your sexy dance, like Show me your sexy dance, ram pa dam, pam pam pam. Show me your sexy dance. Well, all kind of thing going right through me brain when your friend and them a touch up your fender. Feel God had too much time on your hands cause the bam bam is over. Like how you gon' be pretty in the face, all of that way, that itty bitty ways. Well, I can't make sense of it. Can't position yourself and let me see you bend down, push back. Girl, I like that. Bend down, push back. Girl, I like that. Now this is the part where you take over, do whatever you want. Grab all your friend them, grab all your girl them, show me your sexy dance. Like
show them you have it. You master all of the tricks. Chop down flat and make your booty split. Tick tock, how are you tick tock? Wine to the bass now. Keep whining your waist now. Bend over, practice for the work. Gal brace, position, gymnast. Love the way that you whine and jiggle it. Bend over, practice for the work. Gal brace, position, gymnast. In front the mirror, girl, take a flick. Your body keep getting wetter, got me feeling like the ocean. Under the wave now, no time to behave now. It's time to go brave now. Wine to the bass now, wine to the bass now. Keep whining your waist now. Bend over. Practice for the work, gal brace, position, gymnast. Love the way that you whine and jiggle it. Bend over, practice for the work, gal brace, position, gymnast. In front the mirror, gal take a flick. Pretty like the Benz in the showroom.
Alright folks, it won't be much longer now. We basically got all the pieces that we need to get lined up. And we're gonna start in a few. Could I be the judge? You call the thing to order?
Get higher vibes on me.
Okay, my lad.
This year, girl, love the wickedest wine on me. Oh my, 4, 3, 2, real girl whining, real woman whining. Make me ball like a siren. Yeah. Raise it up like the climate. And come raise up me mileage. Real girl whining, real woman whining. Raise it up like the climate. And come raise up me mileage. And make me ball like a siren. It's a snack. It's a something fun. Strictly facts. From front or the back. One big girl's team. It's a snack pack. It's a scene. Every carnival.
Shake it up non-stop. Shake it up, make it jump up. Shake it up non-stop. Get on the ground there for me. It's double M. Free all the hot girl them. Never repeat, put celebrity. Girl, you cause problem. Hey. In the dance where you touch, girl, yes, you turn it up. Oh, yeah. All the goodies that you got, girl, like it's a candy shop. Hey, yo, hey, sweetness. The way you're rolling. Mash up the place into pieces. Turn it up.
Whining red woman, whining red girl, whining red woman, whining red girl, whining red woman, whining. Is that scene?
Shake it up non-stop. Shake it up, make it jump up. Shake it up non-stop. Get on the ground there for me. Hey girl, let me join in. That body look good for the climate. You got the thing all the man them want. You got the thing all the man them want. Hey girl, mix it up, my friend. Wind it up, girl, your top rank. You give me chills, I scream in a cup. Sweet just like sour
It's a snack. It's a something fun. Strictly facts. From front or the back. One big girl's team. It's a snack pack. It's a scene. Every carnival. And it's that. It's a different kind of vibe. 'Cause see the girl them a wine and bubble all night. A different kind of style. See the girl them a wine and bubble all night. To me, oh my. See the girl them a wine and bubble all night. To me, oh my. In 4, 3, 2. Well, girl whining, well woman whining. Well, girl whining, well woman whining. Well, girl whining, well woman whining. Is that scene? Is that scene?
Come in.
Watch me wine and bend over. Now wine up me body if you not play no soca. Fling me all on the sofa. Now wine pon the thing if you not play no soca. Me had enough for the M&M. Me come Trinidad for we double.
All right, it's my turn. Again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been waiting for not so long. Because once the music playing, everything nice, all right? Having a real nice time. Well, let me just say officially, welcome to this Next Gen SKN Interactive. And the reason that we're here tonight is the launching of the Manifesto, all right? So people, we've got a show lined up nice and tight for you, and it's going to be awesome. Just from reading the program alone, I don't visualize it, and you're going to be mad. Believe me when I tell you. All right, so I've got my hostess with me as well. Friend, you almost ready? Because we're going to do it nice, you know, your makeup on fleek and thing. Yeah, I proud of you. So, without further ado, let me just welcome you, one and all. The person who's doing the prayer for us almost ready. We just want to make sure everybody good, nice and tight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, please stand. We're going to do the national anthem. Let's start with that, the national anthem, St. Christopher Nevis. If you're at home, I can do it. That's no problem. You want to do it? Well, go right ahead, man. Take a turn. You got me working in here all night by myself. Take a turn. So, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of St. Christopher Nevis. you so much. Please remain standing. Nobody sit down yet. Because right at this moment, we're going to invite God's presence into our midst. And we're going to be calling on Mr. Jabbar Trotman to take us to his throne in prayer.
Good evening. It's a wonderful to be part of this auspicious occasion for the launch of this manifesto. And we know we can't do anything without the presence of Almighty God. And we want to take this opportunity to ask God's blessing on this evening's proceedings. Almighty God and Heavenly Father, we are indeed grateful for your presence here. We've come this far by faith, trusting in you, Lord God, and you have been faithful. So we come tonight to thank you for all that you have done, all that you are about to do, and all that will you do in us and through us. We thank you, Lord God, for your blessings on your people. You said in your word that if my people who are called by my name, if they would humble themselves, if they would pray, if they would seek my face, then I would hear from heaven and heal their land. Lord God, tonight we want to pray for the healing of our land. We want to pray, oh God, for peace in our federation. The devil is like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. But we thank you, Lord God, he is just like a lion, but you are the King of kings, the Lord of lords, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. You are the beginning and the end, the God of all gods. And we just want to thank you tonight for your goodness and your mercies. Father, we pray for peace in this federation. We pray, oh God, for justice. Father, we pray, Lord God, that your presence would lead and guide us, that you continue to be with us. We pray tonight, Lord God, as the word go out, Lord, that you will touch the ears of the hearers, that those who speak will speak truth, O God, and that the desired effect will be had. And at the end of it all, we said, it's good for us to be here. We thank you for the good that we can do. We bless you, we worship you, we honor you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen and amen. Thank you so much, Mr. Trotman, for that prayer. And I think with that prayer, we will be covered by the blood and protected. So we're good to go for tonight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are viewing on Facebook, on YouTube, listening via Freedom FM, listening via Kiss FM, welcome, welcome, welcome one and all to the grand reveal. If you're on the Facebook Live and you haven't shared the link as yet, do that now. Send it with some red hearts. Share it. Read up your Facebook timeline. All right? And to help me tonight to explain to you what tonight's proceedings will be like, I will now call on my good friend, classmate, sister. Where else are we by?
Everything.
Everything. Oh, hallelujah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Adelcia Connor, and she will be giving you a brief rundown, a brief synopsis of what will transpire tonight here on this virtual platform. Adelcia, take it.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you, EK. As EK said, I'll be giving you a quick rundown on how the whole NextGenSKN agenda came about and the whole idea behind the manifesto. So in 2018, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party, having had the opportunity to engage in a period of reflection and analysis, recognized the need to initiate a series of consultation exercises with professionals, civil society organizations, and ordinary folk alike to draw upon the ideas that could help build a bridge to a brighter future for our beloved St. Kitts and Nevis. Over a period of several months, the Consultations were conducted with experts in the fields of economics and finance, education and early childhood, sports, environment, business, youth affairs, arts and culture, renewable energy, national security, healthcare, agriculture, public law, and many others to better understand the priorities and imperatives for building a kinder, more democratic, more inclusive, and more prosperous St. Kitts and Nevis. We spoke with young people in their various fields of endeavor, professionals from diverse backgrounds, and the man on the street, because we were certain that solutions of our current challenges would come from our local population. Out of the extremely productive exchanges of ideas we had with multifarious groups, it was clear to us that the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis wanted a NextGenSKN. A NextGenSKN that would offer modern health services to the young, the elderly, and everyone in between. A state-of-the-art educational infrastructure where everyone can achieve his or her true potential. A system of justice that is fair to all. And a more inclusive, more democratic, more prosperous St. Kitts and Nevis. It was therefore throughout these consultations with our citizens that the NextGenSKN agenda was forged. The task of collating the many ideas that emerged and fashioning a document to guide the NextGenSKN policy agenda of the next St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration was assigned to a highly skilled team. The NextGenSKN policy document has been evaluated and re-evaluated to ensure that it accords the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of present and future generations of Kittitians and Nevisians. The document was finally approved by the NextGenSKN candidates and the national executive of the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party, and has been adopted as a covenant between our party and the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis. Several months ago, we gave you some insights into our manifesto at our policy map reveal. So let's take a look back at some of the ideas that we brought forward to you.
Labour is pleased to present to you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, our 2020 NextGenSKN policy map, insights into our 2020 manifesto. This initiative is your guide to our exciting agenda, designed to make St. Kitts and Nevis the best that we can be. Our agenda ranges from NextGenSKN comfort and happiness, advancing our human capital, to the constant engagement of our diaspora. This map provides an insight into our plans for social care and protection for the Federation, good governance and government responsiveness, international engagement, and the development of our infrastructure and public utilities, including affordable and comfortable housing. Our soon-to-be-released manifesto will drill deeper into our impressive agenda, but among some of the initiatives we present in this map are duty-free vehicles for anyone over 18, reduction of VAT from 17 to 13%. For our small businesses, the exemption of onerous government taxes, and our Start from Zero plan will help small businesses to get on their feet before the government starts to tax them. We will make sure that all farmers and fisherfolk enjoy automatic duty-free concessions on tools. And for the essential services workers, the people who keep us safe and comfortable in our homes, we will implement a housing allowance to ease the hardships they now face. Your NextGenSKN government will abolish tuition fees for the students of the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College and ensure that for student loans from the Development Bank, the interest rate will be reduced to 5% from 9%. A healthy nation is a wealthy nation, and your NextGenSKN government will build a brand new Joseph Nathaniel France General Hospital within the first 5 years after elections. As part of our covenant to you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, we pledge to ensure that all benefits of our agenda will flow to you without fear of corruption and nepotism. This exciting agenda will be delivered to you by an impressive and diverse team of candidates. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, dedicated. Honorable Conris Maynard, strategic. His Excellency Steve Rensford, reliable. His Excellency Kenneth Kenny Douglas, relatable. Leon Natter Nelson, fearless. Dr. Terence Drew, caring. Honorable Marcella Liebert, compassionate. And the Right Honorable Dr. Denzil L. Douglas, visionary. Together, they bring the necessary elements that make up our NextGenSKN leadership. So as we unveil this map, we welcome one and all to be part of a great renaissance, a truly new beginning, because after all is said and done, it's all about you.
It is now a pleasure for me to walk you through a summary of our NextGenSKN Labour Party 2020. The NextGenSKN Labour Party proudly presents to you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, our 2020 NextGenSKN Manifesto. Our NextGenSKN vision is all about you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. It is all about the future that you want. It is about the kind of society we want to build and the kind of global citizens we want to develop. Organized under the theme, Our Agenda for Prosperity and Good Governance, this manifesto is your guide to our progressive policy agenda designed to make our federation first again and to become the shining gem that it has all the potential to be. It is about what really counts in the lives of our people, our families' stability, hope and opportunity for our children, and for our country to be taken to the next level. Our NextGenSKN agenda for prosperity and good governance is an inclusive agenda that is the culmination of our conversations with the people. It is not about us. It is all about you. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party commits to the modernization of healthcare systems, supporting the rebirth of tourism following new emerging protocols, the modernization and digitization of the education sector, redirect our agricultural sector towards medicinal plants and food security objectives, the establishment of our Economic Recovery Council, ERC, is one step towards our commitment to transition the pillars of the economy for a post-COVID-19 future to ensure food security. Our very first national hero and father of our nation, the Right Excellent Robert Llewellyn Bratcher, set a great example for all of us to follow. With national hero duo of Southwell and France, Bratcher helped to set the foundation for a strong, principled, competent, and visionary leadership. In 2020, we present to you the NextGenSKN St. Kitts-Nevis leadership that will boldly lead us into the 21st century. The St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party has always been the champion of people's empowerment. The upliftment of the masses has been our major focus since we started in 1932. Labour believes that each citizen and resident, regardless of color, class, or creed, must be given every opportunity to achieve his or her full potential. The St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party is pleased to pledge this covenant for our beautiful federation. Our covenant places people at home and the diaspora at the center of planning and takes action to ensure that peace, human rights, good governance, and democracy are actively pursued. We acknowledge our mistakes in the past and give an unconditional commitment, a covenant, that will pursue our promises as far as humanly possible and bound by the principles of inclusiveness and good governance. A vehicle. One duty-free vehicle for every adult over the age of 18. VAT reduced from 17% to 13%. No tax on VAT. 3 VAT days instead of 1. The Start from Zero tax package to stimulate our small businesses. Tax-exempt increase threshold for an unincorporated small business. An increase from $6,000 to $12,000 for all service providers. And $37,500 to $50,000 for all retailers. Automatic duty-free concession on tools, agricultural implements for all registered farmers and fishers. Housing allowance to all essential service personnel, police, defense force, firemen, nurses, and sanitation workers. Student loans, interest rates reduced from 9% to 5% at the Development Bank. Tuition freeze for all students attending the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College. We now present the NextGenSKN Code Red agenda.
So made the Code Red agenda. Very nice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are just as excited as I am about this. For those of us who are citizens and would like to know exactly what is the plan when any government takes helm going forward into the future, what will be the blueprint on which they will deliver for us for the next 5 years. This is the grand reveal tonight. You heard from Ms. Delcia Connor what was the thought processes behind developing this manifesto, and trust me when I tell you, you're going to get a little deeper into it. We're not going to just take things at face value. We're going to dig deep. But before we dig deep, ladies and gentlemen, I have another reveal tonight. You know, in any competition, you need some pep. You need some cheerleaders, but they need something to dance to as well. Partner, you ready? Become me ready, you know. Are you ready? Become me ready, you know. Doggy, say it again, Doggy. Say it. Doggy said, "Me, you ready? But me ready, you know." So people, if you are ready, it's time to introduce to you our marching song, our call to arms song. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce now. This song was a collab between Mr. Skinny Fabulous of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and our very own Calypsonian and candidate for constituency number 3, Mr. Conway Maynard. Here we're going on. Granny Wascal, you ready? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting down, get up right now. We got to be red and ready. Red and ready. Let's go.
Stand up. Next gen. Boom. All right, turn. Next gen. next gen. Deliver. Boom. We stronger than ever. Okay. We coming in stronger than ever. Send Kitts-Nevis. Whoa. There we go. Everybody start to jump with the labor. The labor. The labor. The labor army. The labor. The labor. The labor army is a nation of red. 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 This is the next gen. 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 Gen.
Mr. Nata.
It's time to remove to the next gen. Time to give the country a lift. And I have a message for SKN. Victory is coming on June the 5th. So let me fight them with love. Win them with love. Beat them with love. We're moving forward.
Now everybody, everybody.
So let me jump with the labor. The labor. The labor. The labor army. The labor. The labor. The labor army is a nation of red. 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 This is a nation. Boom! We're standing up with the comrades. Nothing else is Steve Ransford and Kenny. Jeffrey Hanley, Dr. Duke and Rest Maynard. We love Marcella and the big man Dougie. So let we fight them with love. Win them with love. Beat them with love. We're moving forward. Now everybody take out all your rocks and let me jump with the labor. The labor. The labor. The labor army. The labor. The labor. The labor army is a nation of red. 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 This is the next gen. 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 Boom. Time to remove to the next gen. Time to give the country a lift. And I have a message for SKN. Victory is coming on June the 5th. Labor. 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 Next gen.
Hold on.
Labor. Labor.
Yeah.
Labor.
But hey,
Next gen. Labor.
you going on?
Labor.
John, I don't have a woman come on me because me want to put on inside there, me good red shoes in a buy. Why will I do? Anytime I want to go so, I got a member. Okay, bye, come back in the car. But I want to put on in your doggy way say. You're a little too cool to me. You just met. Hey. Red and ready. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our theme song for this election, Red and Ready. Now, I'm going to send it back to you. Send it back to Delsekana, sorry, for the Code Red agenda. I thought it was me, but apparently not. I was just to introduce it and just hype it up and bring the vibes. Delcy, talk about the Code Red agenda.
Thank you for the introduction, EK. So we now present to you the NextGenSKN Code Red agenda. It is our covenant with you, the people, so that we can serve the interests of people of all generations, from the conception to the grave, and in all sectors of society. Our NextGenSKN approaches will not only improve public services and attract investment, but it will also revolutionize the power of citizens to grant you direct access to and influence over your government. Our NextGenSKN vision will not just restore the vibrancy of the economy and stimulate growth again, it will put the economy to work in the interests of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Our NextGenSKN approaches will not only improve public services and attract investment, but it will also revolutionize the power of citizens to grant you direct access to and influence over your government. It is our covenant with you, the people, so that we can serve the interests of the people of all generations. We are committed to ensuring that our policies and plans are effective and impactful in doing the most for the most, and the people who are affected most are included in the decision-making process. NextGen Happiness and Comfort demonstrates how we intend to bring lasting peace and citizen security through incisive measures focused on job creation and economic development, as well as our commitments to the environment, sustainable development, and food security. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was our 2020 manifesto, our plans set out for you for this, from this coming NextGenSKN, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration.
You see? I realize what happened just now, right? She up here getting goosebumps, say, what you on? The manifesto got she feeling so. Can you explain to me, man? All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I tell you, the next segment coming up, we're going to be delving a little deeper into this manifesto. We're not going to just show you the slides and just give you a lot of fancy words and pictures. We are going to go a little deeper because remember, it's all about you. But in the meantime, let me hype up again. Labour Army!
Stronger than ever. We're coming in stronger than ever. St. Kitts-Nevis. Whoa! Let me go. Everybody start to check with the Labour. The Labour. The Labour. The Labour Army. The Labour. The Labour. The Labour Army is a nation of red. Red, 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 red. This is the next gen.
March out in the red shoes. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
It's time to remove to the next gen. Time to give the country a lift. And I have a message for SKN. Victory is coming on June the 5th. So now we fight them with love. Win them with love. Beat them with love. We're moving forward.
Yeah, my love conquers all.
Now everybody. So now we jump into Labour. The Labour. The Labour. The Labour Army. The Labour. The Labour. The Labour Army is a nation of red. Red, 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 red. This is the next gen. Boom! We're standing up with the comrades. Nathan Nelson, Steve Rance for Dan Kenny. Every hand lit up to Duke and Wrist Minard. We love Marcella and the big man Daddy. So now we fight them with love. We love with love. We love with love. We're moving forward.
Now everybody. Everybody here is to go to
it's a nation of red.
I want to see some red in the comment section. Red at the place no more. Ready to go.
Time to remove to the next gen. Time to give the country a lift. And I have a message for
somebody type red and ready in the comment section. Let's go. Hit the love button. Put something red in the comment section.
Next gen. Next gen. Next gen. Next gen.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Hey, Mr. DJ man, you go and go drink. You understand? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it's the NextGenSKN. Whoa, you wait to hear what I'm going to say? See, I put on my international voice, everybody call to order. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving into the next segment of tonight's presentation. And as I explained to you, we're going to be delving a little deeper into what this manifesto holds, not just for the country on a whole, but how it touches and affects you personally. All right? So you're going to be hearing from your candidates. Tonight we have with us the representative for constituency number 5, the Ambassador Kenny Douglas from Esprit Besby Hub. We've also got the candidate from constituency number 1, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley. You'll also be hearing from the candidate for constituency number 4, Sir Rensford. And in this segment, they will be speaking with Mr. Meshach Alford. And he's going to be delving deeper, as I said, into the manifesto, talking about sports, education, food production. So, we've also got health, jobs, economy, you name it. It's all in there. So what we're going to do, I mean, if they want to play some more music, I'm ready, you know. All right, we're going to go straight back to Master Control while Meshach and the crew get set up, and we're going to bring you that presentation in just a few. Not going away, you know.
In number 5, Sandy Point, one of our historical towns, the young Kenny Douglas is ready to lead as the servant of the people. Strong background in education, strong, very strong sports administrator. Every single sport. He is our sports icon of the Labour Party of the future. And Kenny brings to the people of Sandy Point its continued march as a historical town with a proud people striving to show their leadership in the country because of where they would have come from at the beginning of the modern St. Kitts-Nevis. Kenny will bring out from the young people their aspirations, their motivations, their desires to advance themselves in advancing community and in advancing country. Kenny Douglas, ambassador to Cuba of the past, is ready to serve at a different capacity and level. Let us look at the candidate for constituency number 1, Dr. Hanley. He's a people's person. He's younger. He's stronger. He has been one of the community builders in constituency number 1. He can reach out to people. He is a servant of the people. From the people on the Southeast Peninsula, to the people in Frigate Bay, to the people in the entire constituency, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley is a people's person. Will respond to the people's needs and will represent them well in Parliament. Number 4, that gentleman, Steve Rensford, brings an enormous wealth of experience. Has been at the Social Security for 20 years as the Deputy Director. Understands, has seen it all in terms of the administration, but now he should be seen at a different level, at a ministerial level, and he needs to represent his people because Rensford brings to the Labour platform a complete and comprehensive understanding of the historical development of our country through the eyes of his constituency. Old Road, Middle Island, Challengers, every single community has some strong historical appeal which Rensford intends to bring out in the further empowerment of the people of constituency number 4. Rensford is needed for number 4, and he has what it takes to advance number 4.
Good night and welcome to a deeper conversation with our candidates on the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party Manifesto. I am Mishak Alford and I'll be your interviewer for tonight. And I'm pleased to be joined by 3 of our NextGenSKN candidates, Mr. Kenny Douglas, Mr. Jeffrey Hanley, and Mr. Steve Rensford. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, comrade.
We will spend the next 15 minutes or so delving into the St. Kitts Labour Party Manifesto, which is dubbed Our Agenda for Prosperity and Good Governance. Allow me to explain the approach to this discussion. Each candidate will briefly read an excerpt, or I will read that excerpt from the manifesto, after which they will be asked a question that they will have to respond to. We'll allow the conversation around the community development issues to flow naturally and also to flow in a manner that suits good conversation. I will start off with the vision for the party, and then I will have each candidate to discuss how this applies to their respective communities. The St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party has always been the champion of the people's empowerment. The upliftment of the masses has been our major focus since it started in 1932. Labour believes that each citizen and resident, regardless of color, class, or creed, must be given every opportunity to achieve his full potential. Gentlemen, how does this manifesto speak to our citizens? Take a moment to explain how your constituents have been involved in the process of developing the manifesto over the past couple of years. Well, start with Steve. Mr.
Good evening to all. Well, I want to say that I'm very excited this evening with the official launch of the St. Kitts-Nevis NextGenSKN Manifesto. And with regards to my constituency, in constituency number 5, they are really looking forward to this manifesto because they are eager to find out what exactly we have inside of that. Remember, we are saying it is all about them. And so they want to know how is it or what is it we have in our manifesto that's going to benefit the people of constituency number 5 and the different communities in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. As you said, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party has always been a party that is all about inclusion, everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so it is all about the wholesome development of our young people in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you.
And if I can add, Comrade Mishak, while canvassing a number of citizens would have been expressing their own ideas that of what they would want to see a Labour Party deliver. And as such, a lot of those ideas would have been collected and would have been shared with the committee who was responsible for putting the entire manifesto together. Coming out of the various dialogues that would have been taking place, I was also able to develop a constituency manifesto, which would be working side by side with this manifesto being the broader branch and the constituency manifesto being able to meet some direct constituency needs. So you have the involvement of the entire constituency, the young people, the old people. It covers everyone.
Thank you. Yes, in constituency number 4, our involvement really focused on the rejuvenation of getting people back to doing something that would really be valuable to them. People want housing, people want to see jobs, people want to see security, people want to see education where young people can be developed into what they want to be. And there are some young people who really need to be business persons. And so we look at it in a wholesome and holistic manner, where our input is that our young people should be the focus. And the elderly, there will be programs for the elderly. That was our input, because the time has come for our young people to be the focus of this country, to move our country forward.
I know that all of you have been in the trenches for a while, meeting our citizens or constituents on a daily basis, doing your canvas sessions and so on. And I imagine that some of what were discussed, not just informal discussions, but what about those one-on-one sessions? You see some of these issues being panned out in the manifesto as we speak?
Yes, and as we go into them, I would be able to pinpoint, especially in terms of education, the number of issues that we would have discussed, whether in a principal meeting or even among my staff, and they will be happy to know that some of those would be addressed in our manifesto.
Yes, yes, Mr. Alford, definitely this is all about the people. So when we go around in our constituency, speaking to the people, we say it is all about them. And so what they say is what we put in this manifesto, because we want to make sure at the end of the day that they are comfortable.
Interesting.
One of the things that stood out for me is that I think young people want a new change in the political sphere. They don't want handouts every 5 years. They want to know they can be independent and they can make a decision based on their independence. They don't want to be subjected to having to rely on a politician coming around. So in this manifesto, it's all about empowerment and jobs. And so our people will now be a step ahead in terms of advancing themselves, advancing our country. And I think once we advance our country, we'll have a more holistic approach to the politics, because the politics is really what killing the country. When you see a man come around like today, a man who is in government come on to give people $500 in a bush, in a set of bushes and so on. The pictures are on social media. It really sends a sad message to our youths. We need our country to grow, and it's inside here.
Thank you. Well, speaking of youth, I want to ask some specific questions. As you sit around the table, I know some of you are very well known for the fields of work that you have been a part of over the years. And so I want to pose a question relating to sports. All members here can speak to sports, but I know among us we have a very big sports enthusiast in the person of Kenny Douglas. The manifesto states the following: Labour sees sport as a necessary and vital component in the wholesome development of our young people and the population in general. Sports provides opportunities for all young people to reach their fullest potential. Can you outline for me, Kenny, some of the key approaches for advancing sports, in particular at the community level?
Well, Mishak, I'm very, very excited. As a sportsman, as you mentioned, I've been playing sports all my life. And as soon as I got to the age where I can compete with the youngsters, I went straight into administration. You laugh, right? Yes, that is when you are in love with someone, you are in love with something. So I'm in love with sports. And so I played it to a certain level. And then when I realized that I can't compete with the youngsters anymore, I went into administration. And so the sportsmen and the sportswomen of St. Kitts-Nevis, they can look forward to sports with a different right here in St. Kitts-Nevis. For example, the basketball players, for far too long now that they have been suffering, they have been asking for an indoor stadium. And I want them to look forward for their indoor stadium. This is time now, as I always said before, that when rain falls, when the St. Paul's Tough Nuts come up against Sandy Point Pride and the inner city teams and all the different teams, the hitters and these things, it is really disheartening when rain falls and we have to put off a game or we're there waiting for 2 and 3 hours. No longer will that happen. So I want the basketball fans to look forward to an indoor stadium. And I want them to know that the indoor stadium will not just be for basketball, because we want football, Salah, to be playing right there. We want to have the new sport that we bought here in St. Kitts just recently, handball, to be played indoor also. We want the netballers, the volleyballers. I want these people to look forward to an indoor stadium where they can play and enjoy themselves. So these are things that our community sportsmen and sportswomen can look forward to. I have spoken, and we have spoken maybe a couple months ago about our sports academy. And so I want my young people, we say the young people are the future, and I want them to look forward. Sports is one of the avenues that can take you to a higher level. I said before, we are looking forward to getting a number of persons to the Olympics. Just recently, we just had Kim Collins, and we want more and more and more persons to be out there on the regional and the international scene so that they can be seen by people. And, you know, I want them to look forward to the sports academy where football and cricket and basketball and all these sports and discipline will be a part of our sports academy. You will realize also that it is not just about the locals. So I want the persons from the nearby islands, you know, the Anguilla and the St. Martin, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, all of these people. It is all about them also, because it's like a holistic approach, a Caribbean approach, really. When we go to Olympics and we see Grenada, Kiwani James and these people, Jamaica and these people doing well, we are happy also. It is like they are representing us. So I want them to look forward for this. I want the young people of St. Kitts-Nevis to realize also that we have a lot of scholarships, hundreds and hundreds of scholarships. Scholarships don't, and I know that Jeffrey will speak about that just now, in education, scholarships to go overseas, to Cuba, to Taiwan, to USA for education. But I want them to know also that there will be lots and lots of scholarships in the different sporting areas, because we will be providing hundreds of these for the people. The young people in sports want to make sure that they are not just playing sports just for the love of it. Not just for the love of it, but they want to be to get incentives from that. That is why I want the footballers and these people to know that we are looking forward to what we call professionalizing the sports here in St. Kitts-Nevis. Those persons who are playing for the St. Paul's football team and the Newtown and the village and all these things, I want them to look forward to receiving things from it. So you are really encouraging them to play. This will make them be more disciplined, more dedicated, you know, play it with a passion. And so we want to make sure that at the end of the day, every week or weekly or monthly, they can receive something from the sport that they are playing. So I want these people to look forward for sports with a difference here in St. Kitts-Nevis.
Thank you. That is truly a mouthful, and I'm very impressed with what you have put out there. I know we have to move on a bit quickly, but I would like to hear even briefly from you, Mr. Honey.
Well, as an athlete myself, and I'm listening to His Excellency, I know that in my constituency in particular, it's Hispanic, and they are known for their baseball. We have decided as a next-gen government to ensure that that becomes a platform, not only among the Hispanics, but also introducing it as well to our primary school students. As Kenny mentioned, in terms of the sportsmen and women receiving something, I am one who always believe that there must be some sort of compensation for our sportsmen and women when they are representing our federation. Too many times you hear that their bosses don't give them off the time, or if they do give them off, they have to go without pay. We are saying that this will no longer be happening, and there will be insurance put in place for our sportsmen and women as we really try to push them in the right direction and bring about a new birth in some of the sports that would have fallen along the side. NextGenSKN sporting agenda will be one like none other.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. I know, Winsford, you are a man who have a long history of organizing events and activities in your community, so you must have something to say on this as well.
Definitely. A significant portion of this manifesto is about the youth. And we should be investing in our youth. And investing in our youth, as Kenny has mentioned, is a wholesome approach in getting our youth to become at another level. For instance, we see persons from other countries go off and they become well-known in the world arena. So this academy that Kenny spoke to will really bring our people, give them the discipline, give them the professionalism, and go out there, represent their country, make us feel proud. They become role models to our youth who are coming up behind them and so on, and our country can move forward. This is about a significant portion about the youth, and we will develop the youth. We are going to invest in the youth.
Thank you, thank you.
Mishak, I don't want to cut you off, sorry about that, but I just want the people to know too that physical education will be an integral part of our sports calendar also. We want people to know that physical education is the base of all sports, so that is something that we want to look forward to. Let me say something to the Dominican, the person from Cuba and everything. Yo quiero decirles a la gente de Dominicana también, estoy seguro que están mirando ahora y escuchando, que vamos a hacer la cancha de béisbol, la cancha de softball para ustedes también. Ustedes están aquí viviendo y quiero decirles que ustedes están muy importantes también y vamos a hacer todo lo que queremos, todo lo que podemos para que ustedes vivan aquí confortable.
I assume you have said something very important to that community. All right. We will jump off into a segment, education. Is a critical area in terms of our manifesto. I want to read another excerpt from the manifesto, and I will ask Mr. Jeffrey Hanley to open up the discussion on this one, and followed by the other two candidates here. As a trailblazer in education reform from as early as 1965, the Labour Party recognizes that our education system is overdue for an overhaul and renewal. Gaps and deficiencies in the system have been identified as some of the reasons for social ills, marginalization of the youth, and workforce unpreparedness. All educational and training institutions must lead the charge. Mr. Stanley, you have spoken quite a bit about education. Outline for us some of the key projects in the manifesto as it relates to advancing and modernizing education.
Well, Mishak, there is so much when it comes to education that I don't think we have enough time. And, you know, that is my passion, and I just can't wait to deliver it to the people. But what I can say to us is that Labour will attract more offshore universities for the economic benefits, cultural enhancement, and expanding opportunities for tertiary education that they are attending or would be attending. We'll also restore opportunities for all by investing in high-quality education and training at all levels, and this includes, of course, our preschool, our primary school, secondary, and tertiary. That way our people will be equipped to create their own businesses and to take advantage of the 21st century job opportunities. Of course, I would have been speaking quite a while about the New Bastia High School. And tonight again in the manifesto, we give you the assurance that the New Bastia High School will be built on the original site, state of the art, and that will not in any way affect our water aquifer. We are going to strengthen TVEC as a top priority component of the Federation education system. This would have been talked about for the past 5 years by this administration. We are going to double our efforts as it relates to scholarships opportunities for post-secondary education and training in our first 5 years. And of course, Meshach, some of these scholarships will also be given to persons living with disability. There will be a focus, a heavy focus on our scholarship program as well for providing the skills training in the arts and, in construction, trade, like masonry, carpentry, as my good colleague were talking about. Instead of young people waiting for a handout, we believe that once we do these training, they'll be able to stand on their own. Of course, I've been lobbying for the expansion and the upgrade of the Cotton Thomas Comprehensive School, which of course will be bringing our young people at that institution to that level. You can look forward to the reinstatement of the REACH program, which would have been put in place to assist those persons at the CFB level. You must have been hearing about our tuition fees, our $25,000 student grant, scholarship grant that we would be offering to persons entering universities either off island or even online. As I would have said to the nation in the past, I introduced tablets to the kindergartners at the Bwanti Welch Primary School, and now as the future Minister of Education, tablets will be delivered to all of our primary school students and our preschoolers. And of course, the time has come, my people, for us to enhance our school meals program, so that would be happening in this next-gen Labour government. So it's quite a lot to offer, but the time is very short, and the documents are available, and we have thousands that will be flooding the streets from tomorrow. So teachers, your remuneration packages will all be highlighted in the manifesto, because as I've been saying, I am with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. That's quite a bit. I wouldn't even venture to ask the candidates to go in education. There's so much that you've said.
Just allow me 30 seconds. 30 seconds, because we spoke about sports just now, and he talked about education. And Jeffrey and I, we will be working very, very close together. And I want people to know also that we want to ensure that sports is a key component of the Federation entire education system. So we are going to merge sports and education together. We are going to make sure that when you see sports in the high schools and the primary schools, it will be well organized. Students, sportsmen, sportswomen will be looking forward to these things.
And my 30 seconds?
Your 30 seconds as well.
Yes. All the departments will be working together, Kenny, all of us, because at the end of the day, we want our St. Kitts-Nevis to be upgraded, and the education reform that Jeffrey will bring is saying to us, all of us in the Federation, that there will be an upgrade. And Jeffrey, I think you didn't mention about having the youth from 5 years being exposed to the arts from an early age. That will help enhance the education, and our country will move.
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I want to move on to a personal and professional passion of mine. It's about agriculture and food production. As a farmer, I'm delighted because we've seen in the recent months how much the farmers have been speaking up out there about the need for us to really boost our production systems, especially in the light of COVID-19 pandemic. The Labour Manifesto states, Labour's rich history of innovation in government includes pioneering a major transformation from a monocrop sugar-based economy to the diversified economic environment that our country enjoys today. But in the transformation process, Labour has always actively supported and facilitated food production efforts in farming and the fishing sector. Food production must now be taken to the next level, with an emphasis on higher yielding, organically produced crops, aquaponics, and sustainable fishing. We believe that these locally grown organic foods can be competitively produced for consumption by residents and visitors alike. So, Mr. Rensford, please provide some details on how food production will be seriously addressed in St. Kitts-Nevis.
Okay, let me preface it with I'm old enough to have seen on the Syro as a sugar industry rescue operation when our Right Excellent Robert Lewin Bachelor were given the lands by the sugar barons because they refused to continue the sugar production. And we had a wide array of peanuts, onions, carrots, you name it. Because we are known as a fertile land. So I'm seeing St. Kitts now being starkly reminded of its fertility by the pandemic, that we are now forced to go back and pay attention to the farmers. The farmers need assistance. The farmers, as a group, don't have insurance. And that is something that farmers need to have. So we have to find some way of getting farmers to have insurance. Because hurricane comes and the crop is destroyed. They don't have anything, no recompense and so on. It depends on some goodwill of somebody. So I said that to say this, that the pandemic has shown us the nakedness of us in terms of farming. We have to go back to the land and we must assist the farmers. We can have so many production in various crops and so on, but the farmers also need help in terms of having to sell. So we have farmers doing planting and reaping, but we need to have a farmers market that will take it at the next level and sell those products for the farmers, for the benefit of the farmers. So at the end of the day, that farmers market can farmers in helping them to produce more. You're talking about quality. You talk about quota. How much can you produce? How much do you want to produce? How much land do you want? All these we need to sit down with the farmers and get the farmers to agree that we are relying on them to produce the food for us. We spoke about hydroponics. That is part of the new wave, the greenhouse. All those are areas. In my area, I've said to the young people, I need between 100 and 125 a year. And we use the mountain range, and we put between 100 and 125 orchards. Each orchard is a different fruit. And we have a farmer's market in Old Road. So those things, and I've said on the platform that I need to see at least 25 millionaires in the first 5 years, and they can achieve it by being a farmer.
Thank you.
And I want to go on. Agro-processing. Why we don't bring in 1 or 2 agro-processing plants? Guava, pineapple, peanuts to make peanut butter. We have it. We can get it.
Thank you, Mr. Rensford. Thank you, gentlemen. I know we don't have much time, and now we have to bring this to a close as we speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the NextGenSKN Manifesto is out. Please make sure you receive a copy, and you can go through it in detail. Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we are done.
Yeah. Labor Army. Hey, I go say that there. Yeah, people, yeah, people, yeah, people. How you loving it so far? How are you loving your next gen SKN? Red and ready. Are you ready? Whenever are you ready? I ask you if you're ready. Because you know are you ready? Are you ready? So you could be ready and I could be ready. And we switch roles. Alright, cool. Alright, people. While we do a little switcheroo, just want to focus in on what you would have been listening to You heard from the various candidates and what they would be focusing on going forward. For me, what I gathered, you know, of course, the NextGenSKN Labour would have had plans for the future and the development of St. Kitts-Nevis. But since we had COVID-19, they had to revamp their whole plan to include post-COVID-19 recovery. If it's one thing we learn about COVID-19 is that there's a lot of things that we need to get straight and we need to fix in we country. First and foremost for me is food security. You understand? Let's suppose that the cargo boat them now come by having to eat one of them, yeah. So going forward, definitely food security has to be top priority, top of the list. We got to look for the farmers, big up the farmers. This manifesto got in the plan for that. When it comes to sports, education, and you can't forget entertainment, because you see how the entertainers had to work to keep the place jiggy. Yeah, boy. Imagine you're lucky in your place 24/7, you can't go nowhere. You need little entertainment. So people take entertainment serious, start to pay RE. Good money. Amen. Amen. Oh, hallelujah. Pay RE some good money. But also coupled with entertainment and the attitude towards entertainment would be the technological infrastructure. Because we see now that people home can't go to school, can't congregate. So definitely every man gonna have to have access to technology and to the internet. In some countries around the world, it is part of your basic human need to have internet. So perhaps that's something we could see being realized here in St. Kitts-Nevis, where every household has access to internet or some Wi-Fi station close to them so that they can do what they need to do. Working from home might be a reality. If me and I go in the radio station, go see Junior, you could do it from home. Well, I'm good with that. And normally just go work in a boxer short and a t-shirt and a good to go. Yeah. So ladies, you don't have to worry about fixing your hair every minute. You could save a little sugar cake, work from home. You understand? So get yourself technologically savvy. And of course, you know, for sportsmen and women, more focus for them in terms of transforming sports into a real viable business. We get some sportsmen and women, some basketball stars, some track and field stars. They got to make the millions, and they bring it right back here in St. Kitts and spend it. You know what I mean? Who want boops it. But anyway, it must come back in St. Kitts-Nevis. All right? So that is what I gathered from the little chit-chat there. And of course, education, reforming education, catering and tailoring education to the needs of what the world needs right now, getting our people prepared for that, you know, assess our students, know what they need and cater to their needs. So lots of food inside this manifesto if you would only just open it and read and partake. And of course, if you feel the need to ask your candidate a question about this plan, they're more than accessible. Call them on the phone, ask them a question. So we're going to go into the next segment of the presentation. We just want to make sure that those folks are set and ready. You're going to be hearing from more of the Labour candidates, and I'll be turning you over to my other hostess, Roma Richards, and she will be deliberating that interaction, that sit down, and we're going to go a little deeper. Of course, we ain't touch health yet. We got to touch health, and we got to touch a lot more things. Wasco, give me this song again, no man. Did you read and read the thing? Give me no man.
Then number 8, dynamic Dr. Joe, people's person. Well, hard-working, focused, dedicated, man who understands what it means to provide health and medical care to the people. And then in number 8, dynamic Dr. Joe, a people's person, well-loved, hard-working, focused, dedicated, a man who understands what it means to provide health and medical care to the people. A man who is ready to revolutionize the health sector in our country. and in the process will in fact obtain that support from the peoples of the various communities that he will serve. Here on, if possible, all the way to St. Peter's. None shall be left behind is his mantra. As a medical doctor, he has to provide service to all. None shall be left behind. Neither Unity nor Labour, neither CCM nor PAM. All shall be served by Dr. Terence Drew in his capacity as a representative of constituency number 8 and as a representative minister for the people of St. Kitts-Nevis. Constituency number 3, young, dynamic Congress Maynard, well loved by the people, has been an icon when it comes to the social art of Calypso. Appeals to everybody. Congress is here, he's there, he's everywhere. Intelligent, bright, understands people, has a foothold with the young people of our country. Congress is needed in the Labour administration. Congress is needed on the side of Labour in our parliament in representing our people. Congress will go very, very far as a minister of government and the future leader of our country. What can I say about myself? In number 6, it's well known. So I jumped to number 7. A young man, Leon Natter. This is a young man who is thinking outside of the box at all times. Challenging, forthright, dynamic, powerful, focused, and passionate in advancing the people of the communities of the constituency that he leads. Tabernacle all the way to Phillips's. Natter is seriously challenged by the Prime Minister, but Natter has the ability to overcome, and overcome he must. And in overcome the challenge from Dr. Harris, you will see how forthright it is to step forward, even on the greatest challenge. Step forward and show our country, our people, that young people are ready to lead, take on the biggest challenges of their lives. Natter will demonstrate that for the Labour Party and for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Yeah, I don't know about you. You may not know about me, but that's okay, baby. Once you're ready, red and ready, red and ready, red and ready, red and ready. Yeah, but I like that tune, I mean, I tell the lie. Yeah. Watch, right? If the sound of the intro ain't inspire you, something wrong with you. Yeah. If you at home right now, take out your rag, take out your flag. But it must be red, though. Let's go give me one of the song there.
Denzel for the future. Yeah. Stand up. Next gen. Boom. Alright then. Labour. Next gen. Boom. We're stronger than ever. We coming in. stronger than ever. St. Kitts-Nevis. Let we go. Everybody start to jump with the labor. The labor. The labor. The labor army. The labor. The labor. Everybody. Army is a nation of red. 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 This is the next gen. It's time to remove to the next gen. Time to give the country a lift. And I have a message for SKN. Victory is coming on June the 5th. So now we fight them with love. Win them with love. Beat them with love. We're moving forward. Now everybody take out all their arms and now we jump with the
When you're ready, bring some money, give me. Nothing wrong with that.
This is the next
Next gen.
Boom. We're standing up with the comrades. Nathan Nelson, Steve Ranks for Dan Kenny. Jeffrey Hanley, Dr. Duke and Rismina. We love Marcella and the big man Dougie. So now we fight them with love. Win them with love. Beat them with love.
Nothing but love. Now everybody. Everybody
take out all their arms and now we jump with the labor.
Everybody, you could imagine Jamie coming the world June 6th. Well, Bob, we'll get excited one time. You understand?
Time to remove to the next.
That's the way say you want to go in the front.
Time to give
you go in the front or go in the back. Which way you want to go?
And I have a message for SKN. Victory is coming on June the 5th.
This is the motorcade, but me know they're going to stop that there, man.
Next gen.
Well. Yeah. Hey, don't forget, coming up, we got more in-depth discussion about the manifesto. You're going to hear from more of your candidates. What their contribution will be, what their focus will be. Better John. Can I not tell you that way? So let me tell you that way.
Let we go. Everybody set to jump with the labor. The labor. The labor. The labor army. The labor. The labor. The labor. Army is a nation of red. This is the next gen.
Come here, the song they run, the song the bad.
It's time to remove to the next gen. Time to give the country a lift. And I have a message for SKN. Victory is coming on June the 5th. So now we fight them with love. Win them with love. Beat them with love. We're moving
nothing but love. Everybody. Next
We're standing up with the comrades. Nathan Nelson, Steve Ranks for Dan Kenny. Jeffrey Hanley, Dr. Duke and Rismina.
What is about Dougie?
The big man Dougie.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on with our programming. Gonna turn you over now to my other co-hostesses. What's your name be? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get serious. You check? All right. So as I said, we're gonna take a even deeper look, hear from more of the candidates about the Manifesto. Take it away, Roma Richardson. You're in control now.
Our official launch of the NextGenSKN Manifesto, brought to you by the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party. So we're continuing our conversations this evening, and tonight I'm joined by some candidates as well as some citizens. So this is going to be a very exciting conversation because I talked to Patrick, Brianna, and Jensen earlier, and they told me that they had some burning questions for the candidates. So I am Roma Richardson. I'll be your host for this segment, and then I'll just allow everybody to introduce themselves. So we can start with Mr. Leon Nato.
Oh, I am the one and only Leon Winnie Nathan Nelson, the next gen candidate for constituency number 7.
I'm Dr. Terence Drew, the next gen candidate for constituency number 8.
I am Conris Maynard, the winning bigger candidate for constituency number 3.
I'm Dr. Jensen Morton.
I am Brianna Hutchinson, a student of the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College.
I am Patrick Brown, tour and taxi operator.
Thank you, and welcome to all of my guests. So this evening, how are we going to deal with the conversation? So like I mentioned, Jensen, Brianna, Patrick, and I had some time to talk. So we looked a bit through the manifesto. All of them come with their specific areas of concern. Jensen will talk about health. Brianna, as a young person, a student of CFBC, will talk about CFBC as well as arts and the culture. And Patrick Brown will talk about the economy, especially in this new post-COVID era, which is likely to affect tourism workers the most. So I know that y'all have your questions for the candidates, and we could just start with Dr. Jensen Morton, who has a question for Dr. Drew.
Okay, so my question is pertaining to not just what's going on now, but also a bit more in terms of the future of healthcare in St. Kitts and Nevis. Many persons in this country, they are concerned about the quality of healthcare as well as the cost of healthcare. And I saw in the manifesto that there are plans for a universal healthcare system. I have a few questions though. How can we guarantee a universal healthcare system when the cost of healthcare is so high? Like, how can we get quality healthcare in a universal healthcare system so that no one gets these outrageous bills whilst still getting that level of modern, top-class, top-quality healthcare?
I think that is a very, very good question, and it's a question that a lot of countries are facing, in terms of how do you pay for healthcare. But I think that is why I don't speak only of health insurance, but I speak of a universal healthcare system, because it really has to be universal in the sense that you have to have a strong primary care system, community health system, which focuses on prevention and health maintenance. And therefore, you can help to stave off a lot of these chronic non-communicable diseases, or at least keep them under control to prevent complications, which really, the complications really cost the country a lot, cost the healthcare system a lot. And so if we do that in a universal system, it will help to control the cost at the end of it. But what I would say is that we really need to get people insured nonetheless. That is quite important so that people can have access. They can have access. But not only that, but the insurance should be affordable, and it should be equitable. I think equity for me is a big issue. It's a big issue that people should not be discriminated against based on any, maybe their demographics or the financial situation, whatever it is, that people should have an equal chance to have excellent, good quality healthcare. But if we have a good primary healthcare system that really deals with prevention and good community health, it can help us to stave off a lot of the astronomical hospital costs to deal with the complications. But not only that, I think that to deal with some of the expenses, we have to look at innovative ways. For example, we can look at health tourism. That can be a stream of financial resources, so to speak, that can help us to deal with a lot of the economic costs We can also look at our CBI program. Can it help to contribute to the cost that health might bring to our country? So we have to look at these innovative ways in dealing with the astronomical cost. But if we do it, I think it will be very much achievable. I would say tonight that we have already done the analysis. Money is already spent in the healthcare system already. I mean, when somebody gets sick, today I attended 2 gentlemen who got in serious accidents, and they go to the hospital, and the hospital will take care of them. And to take care of 2 seriously ill accident patients, that is a cost that is into the tens of thousands of dollars. Sometimes it can reach into the 100,000 and range, and the patients, they don't bear that cost most of the time. The system pays for it, the country pays for it. So why don't we reorganize that money and refocus it? If we do that, we can give people insurance without giving them extra fees necessarily, but it's a better management of the money that is already in the healthcare system, which amounts to about $50 million or more. And that is the lesson that is learned from the American health system when Obama did it. Money is in the system, manage it properly, give people health insurance in a universal system which deals with prevention, and primary care, and that will help us to deal with the cost while at the same time delivering good quality, equitable health care. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Drew. I think Jensen is more than satisfied with that answer. It was very comprehensive. And I think, health is an issue for all of us,
Yes.
At some point, all of us will have to seek some form of health care. And if LAWA is providing this universal health care and is ensuring that we all have access to quality health care, then that's a sure vote for the NextGenSKN Labour government. We'll shift now to something that's more specific to younger folks, because for sure, they're not lost anywhere in our manifesto. We plan to introduce laptops for preschoolers. So, preschoolers are more than used to laptops by now, but we're going to ensure that every preschooler has access. So we're going to shift, to a little older than that. You're a student at CFBC, and I know that you're also into the performing arts. Well, you have Conris here, who, of course, is a former, I don't know how many times now, I lost count, Calypso Monarch. So you can ask your questions of him, too. I know you have a few of them.
Yes. I am very excited and happy about these initiatives.
Yes.
Many persons are struggling at the CFBC College to attend classes regularly because of simple but serious challenges such as sufficient bus fare. How would the Labour government ensure universal tertiary education? My second part, I am a dancer. I dance with a group. I would like to know if there will be any provisions made to build a multi-purpose performing arts center. Can you speak on that?
All right, thank you very much for that question. Now, just a brief history. It was the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administrations of the past that ensured that we can have or create access to universal education for our primary school students and our high school students. We're at a stage now where we are saying that that universal access to education must now extend to the tertiary level. And that is why the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Administration, through these next-gen policies, have identified that we will freeze tuition at the CFBC College when we attain government after the next general elections. So therefore, there will be that burden that will be lifted on all of the students going to the CFBC College. Now, we started this process, so it's not as if we are coming up with some far-fetched idea. Before the last election, we had something called the REACH program, which allowed recognizing everyone's ability to climb higher, I think it is. That was REACH. And that allowed for a sponsorship effectively of tuition for certain subjects and so on. And that was taken away by this present government, as was the laptop program and some other meaningful programs. We are saying no. In order for us to be pioneering in education in the Caribbean and preparing our students for the globe, which is now our playground and not just St. Kitts, we must make certain that the tertiary level education is now free of cost. And so every student coming out of high school will not have to make a decision as to whether I go to CFBC or I go and try to find a job. It will encourage persons to want to complete that study so that they are advanced in their education before they decide whether they're going to go on to university or to get a job. Added to that, coming out of CFBC, we are saying that those who wish to pursue a university level education, and it doesn't necessarily have to be just those coming out of CFBC, we are giving a $25,000 grant for you to pursue a university level education. Now, when I went to school in Trinidad and Barbados, I was in class with persons who went to school for free. Now, we are not yet at that level, but we are giving our commitment to at least giving a $25,000 grant to persons going off to university study. So that is the vision of NextGen with respect to making education more accessible and not having to worry about things like a bus fee. Now you don't have a tuition and so on. It frees up that little stipend just to come to school. And I'm pretty sure as well that it will be an all-inclusive package where a transport system, whether through our bus system or through the school bus system, will also afford the opportunity for persons in the further areas from the location of the CFBC to get access to the school as well.
She looks excited, Colin.
Yes, I am.
And I think you also asked about the performing arts, right? So I can't forget that as well. Now, as you would know, I have a little experience in the performing arts area. I'm not just in Calypso. When I was in high school, I was a part of the drama team. I won Best Actor overall twice at the high school drama competition that time. Jacinth Henry Martin was very instrumental in that.
Show me your trophy.
And so it is a dream of mine, as I understand as well, many other young persons and mature persons as well, to see us having finally a National Performing Arts Center. And so the NextGen team is giving a commitment in providing a multi-purpose National Performing Arts Center to encompass all of the emerging arts we are seeing now. I mean, you have dance, you have drama, you have entertainment. Imagine we can have an enclosed area that we can put on any show in the world, whether it is Cirque du Soleil, that's what it is, who might visit St. Kitts, or whether it is a National Queen show or a dance production,
Broadway.
Or Broadway.
Hamilton.
Or Hamilton, you know, or we create our own.
We have quite a few like performing theater groups here too.
Yeah.
So they need a space. Everybody needs a space.
Absolutely. And so that is a commitment on the part of NextGen. And Dr. Drew reminded me today that in his own canvassing, he is saying, Congress, remember I'm telling people that you're going to be responsible for this thing.
Yes,
so you have to get it done. Right? So we give that commitment that we will find or we'll create that space that we can increase our output when it comes to our national arts.
That's a commitment, excitement.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Brianna, how are you feeling about that?
I am overwhelmed with joy.
Wow. So
Honestly.
you feel better than you came. You came in excited, and now you feel overwhelmed with joy. Okay, all right, that's good to hear. So one of the things that we're going to have to contend with, though, before we get to all of these plans, or while we are implementing these plans, is recovering from the current global pandemic. So we all know that some of the folks that have been hit hardest by the economic outcomes of this pandemic are those who work in tourism. So Patrick here, he's a taxi driver. I'm sure you can talk about probably yourself, your colleagues, people who you've seen being affected by this pandemic. I know you have a question for Leon, so it's your time now, you know? Ask your
Yes.
question.
While I had a little time browsing through this beautiful manifesto, I saw some very exciting things,
Right.
which aroused my curiosity. So I do have a question for you. As the taxi driver, well, before the COVID, I had 2 jobs. I'm a chef also. I'm down to none.
You're talented.
Yeah, so the question is, what would a new Labour government do to ensure that people in the service sector, tourism, and who are also affected by the COVID-19 recover and live mostly a normal life? Because at this time, people are hoping that Social Security sends something to them, and it's not happening.
Right.
So we are asking, what will the Labour government do to ensure that these people can survive?
Well, it's a very timely and critical question. Thank you very much for that. I would start off by saying it's unfortunate that the tourism sector had been so hard hit by the COVID-19. It's even more unfortunate that the stimulus package has not reached all of the people that it should have been intended to reach. We've known of the job losses. We've known of the 100% reduction in business for the people in the tourism sector. And we know as well that this might be a slow, one of the slowest part and difficult part to recover. However, the Next Gen Labour Party is committed to the rebirth of the tourism development in St. Kitts-Nevis. But in order to do so, we must reset the tourism development and marketing policies. One of the things that we ought to do is to make sure that we attract at least two major investors that would bring world-class resort to the Federation over the next 5 years. I think that will go a long way after having 0 investors in the last 5 years. We would want to revitalize the hotel overstay. I know that has been on a decline in most recent years. But we want to make St. Kitts-Nevis attractive again so that we can have that overstay, stayover arrivals back in our shores as soon as possible. We would want to facilitate investment into other areas. Let's say, for example, the Gateway Marina, that's a new project that we would love to undertake to spread the fishing and sectors around St. Kitts. We know we have one in Bastille, we have one in Old Road. It is now time to serve the people on the eastern side of the country and build a fishing marine over there. But moreover, if you've listened to each candidate in the presentation, Connie Maida has given a dedication to a cultural village in the village area. Dr. Joe has committed to the advancement of the sofa stones in St. Peter's. And His Excellency Steve Rensford has committed to a heritage site in constituency number 4. Myself has committed to a duty-free sector that should be placed in Christchurch, at Mansions, in Mansion Slidings. I have also committed to a brand new car racetrack in the Tabernacle area. When you pull all of this together, you will find a brand new tourism product in St. Kitts-Nevis that will bring and attract new tourism from all across the globe, because we have now more of our heritage to display. And so that is a key component into revitalizing and recovery of the tourism sector. But however, whenever we do stuff like this, we must also manage. And so it is important that we find better tracks and to manage the impact of tourism on the economy. No longer should we say that we have 1 million tourists to St. Kitts. That's just a number of visitors. What is the impact? What is the spending impact on each tourism, on each tourist that comes here? Do we want 1 million tourists to spend $50,000? Or do we want 50,000 tourists to spend $100 million? So we must find ways to measure the impact of tourism and the arrival and the spending of the tourists to our shores. And so that is the basis of what and how the next gen labor government and administrators and candidates will deliver to you, the people of St. Kitts-Nevis, and specifically the tourism sector, to revitalize and rebirth the tourism sector of St. Kitts-Nevis.
Well, I'm happy to hear some of your initiatives because we have quite a few repeat cruise passengers. And so when you mention things like Sofa Stone and other stuff, then we have more heritage sites so they can visit and therefore broaden the scope of the island and
so
generate more
I
funds.
hope you're encouraged. I hope that you are looking forward to the recovery of the economy and specifically the tourism sector with the NextGenSKN plans.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, this was a very exciting conversation. I think all of the constituents came in with questions and got answers. So we definitely got our Q&A in today. It was very exciting sitting and talking with the candidates so intimately. And so we really thank all of you for joining us for this conversation today. We talked about first healthcare because that's probably like one of the pillars. You know, we need healthy and strong people to do anything, to work in the tourism industry, to work in the performing arts, right? So healthcare is a major issue for us going forward. We talked about education and accessibility of education beyond secondary school, how it's so important for the performing arts and the creative industries to become an integral part of our entertainment package as well as our daily lives going forward. And finally, we ended this conversation talking about our post-COVID plans, particularly for tourism workers who have been so significantly affected by it. All of you listening out on Facebook, on radio, I hope that you also got answers to your questions and learned a bit more from the candidates here. The manifesto will be available soon, very soon, for you all to view online, and we thank you so much for joining us. We will shift now to the next segment, so I'll turn it over to Ike.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Amen. We're not ready. Boom. You understand? Right there.
Denzel for the future. Stand up. Next gen. Boom. All right, turn. Next gen. Next gen. Boom.
Yeah, man, the song it gives some inspiration. Nah, lie. Tell us.
Let we go. Everybody start to jump with the labor. The labor. The labor. The labor army. The labor. The labor. The labor army is a nation of red. This is the next gen. It's time to remove to the next gen. Time to give the country a lift. And I have a message for SKN. Victory is coming on June the 5th. So let we fight them with love, win them with love, beat them with love. We're moving forward. Now everybody take out all their arms and let we jump with the labor. The labor, the labor, the labor army, the labor, the labor, the labor.
Yeah.
Army is a nation of red. This is the next gen.
both bigger than mine, it's alright, no problem. You're both bigger than mine, it's alright, alright. You said the boom. Yeah, ready, I tell you.
Stand up. Next gen. Boom. Alright then. Next gen. Next gen. Boom. We're stronger than ever. Okay. We're coming in stronger than ever. Kitts-Nevis, stronger than ever. Kitts-Nevis, stronger than ever.
Yeah, man, stronger than ever, folks. Stick around, stick around.
There we go.
Just a little bit longer.
Jump the jump the
yeah, that song don't inspire you, I don't know what will.
It's time to remove to the next gen. Time to give the country a live. And I have a message for SKN. Victory is coming on June the 5th. So glorify them with love, win them with love, beat them with love. We're moving forward. Now everybody take out all their arms and let me jump into labor. Army is a nation of red. This is the next gen.
Alright, people. Just to let you know, coming up very shortly, we're going to be hearing from the two remaining candidates in the person of a royal lady, Marcella Liburd, and of course, political leader of the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party, NextGenSKN, the man himself, His Excellency, Dr. Denzel Douglas. And of course, they will be sitting down with a new group. Most of you probably would have seen them. The host of the Alarm Clock, an objective group. They do political reviews, talk about what's happening in our country from an objective standpoint. So Dr. Douglas and Marcella Liburd will be sitting down with Miss Jeanne Williams and Miss Desi Brown in a few short minutes to explain even further, more in-depth analysis of this code red post-COVID next-gen plan to move St. Kitts and Nevis forward. So stick around, people. Stick around, people. We're giving you this brain food so you can take it to your friends, take it to your family, take it into the highways and byways. Take it with you wherever you go. Code red, red and ready. Next Gen SKN, baby. Yeah. The man you're gonna tell me who the name now. Don't think I forget you, you know. Otherwise I got copyright it and take it back for you, you know. Okay, good. I got you. Just a little remuneration, nothing wrong with that. Tell them!
We're coming in stronger than ever.
You know!
We're coming in stronger than ever.
Ready!
We're coming in stronger than ever. We're coming in stronger than ever.
You must know.
We're coming in stronger than ever.
And you feel it now.
Stronger than ever.
Ready?
We're coming in stronger than ever.
Now can you feel it now?
We're coming in stronger
Can you
than
see
ever.
the red?
We're coming in stronger.
Can you
than
see
ever.
the sea of red?
We're coming in stronger than ever.
Why?
We're coming in stronger than ever.
Hey, somebody give me a muscle sign in the comment section. How you feel like? Yay! Yay! Jump! What are we doing? Okay then. When? Okay, fair enough. Voting!
Show me your voting finger. Raise up the voting finger. Show me your voting finger. Raise up the voting
You get a little mix of this from my partner. Call to arms. Red and ready. Labor massive. That's how you go, right? Okay. Mad.
When you're voting, vote them out.
What you doing?
Vote them out.
What you doing?
Register and vote them out. If they don't see, vote them out. Stain your finger and vote them out. Show them no mercy, vote them out.
Hey, don't forget, coming up shortly.
Total skull.
The Royal Lady.
Let's put our country
Alongside the boss.
Put them out of power.
Hey.
Dominate your reign.
What?
Let's put our country together again.
If you don't like Calypso, something wrong with you now. Alright. Let's do this. Joy, where's the labor winning? I hear you, family. I hear you. I hear you.
This land is yours, but it's mine also.
I hear you.
And the future lies in our hands. I want you to know that this government that we put in charge, incompetence is creating problem. I say down with them, don't hesitate, down with them. No time to wait, down with them. They must understand that this is the people's land. Yes, they must understand the power of any land resides in the people's hands. Hey.
I'm going to dance with an empire in that boat. I make a two left foot. Hey, Chrissy, good night.
The incompetence is too blatant, and cronyism is the cause. Nepotism is running rampant, going against all decency and laws. Where's the spiritual and moral values that brought you to rule this land once more? You are the ones who talk about corruption, but now we're more corrupt than before. Lord, this land is yours, but it's mine also. And the future lies in our hands. I want you to know this government that we put in charge, incompetence is creating problem. I said down with them, don't hesitate, down with them. No time to wait, down with them. They must understand that this is the people's land. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you ready?
In constituency number 2, Marcella, that undefeatable lady, strong, capable. Marcella is the only mother among us. She understands family life. She understands how to make communities stronger through the attainment of stronger families. Marcella is needed. Marcella brings to that constituency what no other candidate, either on that side or on our side, can bring. Caring, strong female, ready to advance the communities that she represents in Parliament.
For this segment, we are the co-founders of a new talk show called Alarm Clock. I am Gian Williams, and with me is Miss Bessie Brown. But just for some background, Alarm Clock is a show that is geared towards discussing politics and governance issues in St. Kitts-Nevis. So we bring together people of varying political affiliations, and we try to make sure that we can have respectable, issue-based conversations. So we are pleased by the invitation here from the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party for Alarm Clock to have a presence and to have the opportunity to discuss the Code Red and COVID-19 plan as proposed by the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party. So at this juncture, I would allow Ms. Marcella Livard and Dr. Douglas to just give a bit of insight briefly on what exactly is Code Red and the COVID-19 imperative.
Thank you, Gian. Good evening to all of our listeners and our viewers. I will go straight into it and just tell you what Code Red is. Code Red is what we would call an Operation Now. That is, what interventions would we immediately put in place in order to resuscitate the economy and to bring back a good feeling among our people. There are many things that we would want to speak about tonight, but I'll just mention a few, and I'll leave some of the details over to the Commonwealth leader. One of the things that must be put in place immediately is to reconsider a stimulus package. As you know, many people are out of work. Many people are on reduced hours of work and reduced pay. And so we would want to immediately look at that stimulus package again to ensure, for example, that those persons who up to now having lost their jobs since about March still haven't been able to get 1 cent coming to them. And this is already the end of May. Also, we want to look at small businesses which are floundering at this point in time, many of them. We would want to have some sort of grant being given to them to keep them afloat or to ensure that they can stay afloat, because as you know, many of our jobs are created through small businesses, and more of our jobs are created through small businesses as more and more persons work for themselves instead of for other people. And so that is something that we'll have to look at immediately, because jobs are one of the ways in which we intend to resuscitate the economy. Then there's some specific things like start from zero tax plan. Also, you have VAT, reduction in VAT from 17% to 13%, duty-free concessions for farmers and fishers. That's critical to our food, being able to provide ourselves with local food. In terms of health care, we would want to, as soon as possible, soon as convenient, have an MRI service at the Joseph and France General Hospital, and to establish a hospital management board with respect to ensuring that the hospital is being run in a much better way, but from a board. That is something that we'll definitely look into in terms of safety and security. We want to immediately restructure the security forces and to incentivize the security officers at this point in time. Education, that is going to be a big one, because we would want to ensure that as quickly as possible education could become digital, because with COVID, that is where we have to be going with learning, even right down to the primary school, maybe even into the preschool. And so the one-to-one laptop program will have to immediately be reintroduced so that our children can have the devices and also have access in terms of Wi-Fi and all that is necessary to ensure that they can do their work at home and have online classes. In terms of good governance, we want to immediately fully operationalize the Integrity in Public Life Act and the Freedom of Information Act We also want to give back some teeth to the Public Accounts Committee, because that is critical to good governance. And so these are some of the things that we would want to happen on the Code Red, I would say within the next 12 to 18 months on the Code Red. Of course, some within the next 6 months because of the nature, the urgency that is needed. I would also want to say here that just from speaking to many young people going around, I have found that because of the situation where they could hardly provide for themselves, many of them have become very sad. They have become emotionally stressed and in some cases depressed. And so immediately we would want to, as part of the healthcare, offer counseling services, make sure that counseling services are available to these people to try to see if we could assist in this regard. I would pause here. I'm Jihan.
Dr. Douglas?
Right, thank you. I'm Jihan. And let me congratulate you on the alarm clock, is it?
Yes.
Very well, good. Let me try to establish the context in which we speak of the COVID-19 rebuilding of our country. And I want to emphasize from the beginning that it is not going to be an easy task for us to rebuild the economy, rebuild the country generally after COVID-19. I say that because thousands of people would have lost their jobs. So unemployment from the beginning is already a challenge. Many of our small businesses have been closed. Rebuilding them and in fact assisting those who have been involved in small businesses to stay alive, that is a major challenge. We believe that the economic stimulus plan that has been outlined by the government is woefully inadequate, and so that has to be revisited. Generally, the idea is to try as quickly as possible to end the suffering that our people at the moment are experiencing. And in order to do that, I emphasize from the very, very beginning that leadership matters. Oh yes, it does. And we make the point that because we have adopted the capacity over the years from our experience in the management of a number of national crises, we believe, therefore, that we are best placed to assist in the recovery and in rebuilding. In fact, the hurricanes that we've had, the transitioning of the national economy from sugar agriculture to a services economy led by tourism and hospitality, the 2008 global crisis, global and financial crises that we have experienced, where we were able to practically rebuild the economy and put it on a very straight footing. And now we have the challenge of the COVID, post-COVID-19 situation, which we believe from our experience we would be able definitely to manage. I want to emphasize from the very beginning as well that we will lend maximum support to our workers, especially those frontline workers in both the public and private sector. We will assist homeowners in rebuilding their lives. We will assist families. We will make sure that the banking sector and, importantly, our students get back on track as quickly as possible. In other words, we not only want to be able to survive, but in surviving, we also would like to thrive. And that's why, to a large extent, we are making the point very early that we would want to therefore generate opportunities for wealth creation in the process of rebuilding after COVID-19. This is significant because as long as each sector, or I should say each economic group, I don't want to say class, but economic group feels happy and comfortable that he is able to aspire to the next level, then the jealousy that we would have normally among groups of persons at different income levels should eventually disappear. So what really is going to be this new economy? What is it going to be built upon? We recognize that COVID-19 pandemic has showed us clearly that our public health system is woefully inadequate. Therefore, health and medical care will have to be one of the main thrusts in the development of our country. Dr. Drew earlier spoke to universal health care system. And you may wonder, what does this mean? It means that irrespective of what is your condition, irrespective of whether or not there is a specialist here on the ground, irrespective of whether or not you have the diagnostic tool to enable the doctor to make a diagnosis of your condition, it shall be provided. If it is not here, we send you where it is. And if we cannot send you where it is, then we bring those who can do it here. And this is not going to cost the taxpayer 1 single cent more than what we are currently spending in this very important sector. The economy, naturally, which is being driven by tourism at this time, has to be rebuilt. In other words, we will see a new thrust in tourism. There will be new opportunities and attractions for improving the hotel-based tourism sector, because we know that the cruise tourism subsector, I should say, would have been severely affected. And we're told it is going to take some time before that can really re-emerge. The idea here then is to marry education with the emergence of our tourism sector. We would want to make sure that we can explore to a large extent the need for modernization and digitalization of the education sector as a very important interlinkage with our tourism sector. And speaking of that then, I make mention of the important role that education and ICT will play. Now, you can't speak of education unless you are providing opportunities for our people to advance beyond the secondary level education. We know that our people would be much more productive. They would earn higher wages and salaries if they are at a level, if they have a tertiary level education. So how do they get there? It will be the duty of the government to assist every single student. No student who wants to go abroad in a university or college, or even here at the CFBC, would be prevented, and every student would be assisted. You ask me how, we will probably get into that sometime later. I wanted to also make it clear that we would be introducing to our students more of what we call the 21st century jobs in biotechnology, robotics, digital engineering, and virtual tourism in direct response to how the world is rapidly changing and how the world would have changed post-COVID-19. I say with emphasis tonight that in the new the NextGenSKN administration, technology must be the cornerstone of the post-COVID-19 economy. And the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party is totally committed in making this a reality. We would want also to emphasize that agriculture will become the new productive sector in the post-COVID-19 economy. We will redirect our agricultural sector to ensure that we attain food security. Because if, for example, we didn't have our borders still open to the ships with food and planes, we would have starved here in our own country. When we are an agricultural country with fertile land, that is why we were called by the Caribs Fertile Isle, Daimiga. That's what it means. And we are not living up, therefore, to our heritage and our history. And we would want to make this possible under our thrust to attain what we believe would be the best state of food security post-COVID-19. I want also quickly to speak of good governance. We would not be able to achieve all of these things that we are mentioning post-COVID-19 if we do not have a strong partnership with the people, a strong partnership with international and global partners in order to help us to better respond to the situation and the challenge. The approach to government in matters of national emergencies and ensuring our citizens, home and abroad, that they are safe and can rely on their government for immediate support is going to be the key for the stability of our nation. Therefore, good governance during any global crisis, it requires two things: bilateral planning and implementation. And these are what we are committed to as a new post-COVID-19 administration. That is why, to a large extent, we believe that we could not do it alone. We need partnership. Partnerships with various interest groups in our country. We invite persons from all political persuasions, persons from different sectoral representation. And that is why we've put all this together in what is now called the National Economic Recovery Council. And this is going to assist us in the transitioning from where we are to a stable post-COVID-19 St. Kitts-Nevis, with the pillars that I have outlined being those of the new economy that will be built. I want to finally say that COVID-19, it has affected all of us. And so today we stand in solidarity with all who have been infected, those who have lost their jobs, those whose businesses have been severely affected, significantly reduced in their capacities, and some of which would have been totally lost. We believe that as we transition to a new level, our students, our parents, and those who are in government would recognize that sacrifices will have to be made. Some of those sacrifices will be big, some will be less. And in any case, we believe that they will all be down to the benefit of the families and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I will stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we got a slight glimpse of everything, and you spoke effectively to a lot of the things you would like to introduce on the Code Red and COVID-19, the post-COVID-19 plan. One of the things we wanted to commend you on is definitely, we did a bit of research and we realized that persons had some key areas they would have loved to see implemented in new government, and the areas they wanted to see focused on were the areas of the civil service, looking at reforming the civil service, looking at good governance, health, as well as education and constitutional reform. So those are areas that you guys touched on a bit, and we wanted to definitely commend you on touching those areas.
Yes, but Dr. Douglas, particularly in your presentation, and Ms. Livet as well, we hear lots of things of distribution of benefits. So we hear about duty-free vehicles, duty-free concessions, housing allowance. So there's a lot being given to the citizens, seemingly at little or no cost. So the first question from person's mind in a lot of instances is, how are we going to pay for this? What is the plan to fund these initiatives when it seems as though there is going to be a significant loss of revenue by the distribution of duty-free concessions and other benefits?
Well, I think the concessions and the benefits are designed mainly to help to stimulate the post-COVID economy. In fact, I would not have the time tonight, but I would want, before the debate is over, that is the debate before the 5th of June, that I would be able to bring a comprehensive presentation to our nation dealing with the NextGenSKN fiscal stimulus package or program. And in doing that, I would definitely outline where the money is going to come from. What is the big design in order to achieve some of the things that we have mentioned? Firstly, I want to emphasize that when I left office 5 years ago, I left close to $1 billion in our treasury, over $900 million. I go back to that because if the Prime Minister continues to say year after year that he has been providing us with surpluses, then it is only right to say that what I left there is untouched. That is where I will first go to ensure that we can take some of this and do exactly what needs to be done. Remember, we were at the point where the government was about to create a sovereign wealth fund. We were going to take the money, the revenue which we had in our treasury, and we were going to use what we had in the SID, which was over $1 billion, and from these create the sovereign wealth fund, which would have been used for occasions just like this one, where we would have been devastated economically by the COVID-19 pandemic. That's one. So I will first look there in the treasury to see what is there. Now, if it is not there, then I would ask the former Prime Minister at that time, well, where the money gone? Why is it not here? So I'm going to assume that it is there. But even if it is not there, the intention is to revive and resuscitate and expand the citizenship by investment program, which will yield enormous monies just as it yielded enormous revenue when we were last there 5 years ago. So if that needs to be revamped, it shall be revamped. We did it back in 2005. We created the SIDF. And whatever it takes to create new initiatives to ensure that the revenue is available for the use of our people, the businessmen, our students, so that they can get the best opportunities to ground themselves in this new economy, that shall be done. It is the responsibility of the government so to do.
All right, thank you so much. So one of there's a strong focus in the manifesto that speaks specifically to good governance. And we understand that for a lot of things to proceed, we have to look at reform. And the process could be very tedious. It involves a lot of planning, a lot of information so that you could be able to publish either petitions or have persons to vote. There's a framework that needs to be put out. What are the kind of activities that you plan to put in place to be able to advance that concept of good governance?
Well, I would say you spoke to things like constitutional reform, which is something that we really want to get done. and electoral reform, whether separately or as part of constitutional reform, because those two things are critical. You would have to bring all interest groups together. It's something you'd have to have a national discussion about. And we're thinking in some cases of a referendum. So people will have an opportunity to say whether or not, which aspects of it you would want, which you don't want. And so it's a question of organizing not just a committee, which is necessary, but also to have that national debate so that all interest groups in the society could have their say, where you'll document all that is being said, putting it together, and in the end, as I said, putting it in a referendum to the people, so that we think that would also be the best good governance way to approach something like this. But just to say that constitutional reform and electoral reform are high, along with the other things that I mentioned earlier with respect to good governance. And just let me say that I want to borrow what my colleague, Congress Maynard, says all the time, that good governance also requires good people, because you can have all the laws and operationalize all these things, but if you don't have good people carrying them out, if you have people who are still very spiteful and so on, you may find that what you gain one place, you might lose at another end.
All right, thank you so much.
Well, we're getting the signal that we have to wrap up, because there's still so many things to be done tonight.
Yes.
But Dr. Douglas and Ms. Marcella Liebert, we really look forward to these sorts of initiatives where people from the public get to interact with you one-on-one and ask the questions. We had so many questions, but of course we don't have the time to do that. And so we look forward to hearing more about these initiatives, and of course, your willingness to answer questions from the public as well. We look forward to that sort of forum where people can pose their questions and get reassurance and an understanding of the plans, why they should choose the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party over other options. So we thank you from Alarm Clock for the invitation here, and we look forward to hearing what comes on June 6th.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For allowing us.
Allowing me that we are so short, but nevertheless.
There you just heard from your party leader, deputy leader, about the Code Red post-COVID NextGenSKN plan for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The manifesto is ready. It's red and it's ready. I hope you out there viewing, those of you who are listening on Freedom, listening on Kiss FM, also viewing on the YouTube channel, I hope that you're ready to get your manifesto in hand. And I know the political commentators and pundits, the talk show hosts, the vloggers, the bloggers, they will definitely love to get their hands on a copy of this. But you come like non-print yet, so you just have to wait a little bit. I mean, if you're gonna get it tomorrow, or if you're gonna get it next week, or if you're gonna get it after. Jeffrey, cut it up. Joker making is Joker making, Jeffrey. Lord have mercy. As you know, as part of the NextGenSKN plan to take us out of post-COVID, here we're going on now. Technological infrastructure is part of the plan. What are you clapping me for? You ready? You ready and ready? Yeah, man, definitely. Technology will be a part of that plan, definitely. And so, we're coming in stronger than ever, readier than ever, faster than ever. You talk about 5G. Ladies and gentlemen viewing, ladies and gentlemen watching, this segment here is just for those of you who are viewing. Here we're going on. The manifesto coming to you tonight. Right now, right here, you'll get the manifesto. Launched tonight, in your hands tonight. It's the Next Gen app. The Manifesto app. Lord of mercy, you hear what I just said? You get the Manifesto right now on your phone to look at. I think a joke I make? Okay, watch out. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome your candidate, your rep for constituency number 3. We say and do it again? Wooden big. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Honorable Congress Maynard, and he's going to take you through how to use this app to view your NextGenSKN manifesto. Congress Maynard.
Thank you very much, EK, the real right, and a pleasant good night to everyone still. Now, this could not be Next Gen unless we did something that was really Next Gen. And you know how we are these days. Our smart devices are everything to us. And so we thought, as a Next Gen group, that apart from just having our traditional NextGenSKN manifesto, which you'll be able to collect tomorrow at the constituency offices and at the main office, what about those who don't like to have a piece of paper in their hands? What about those who prefer their device? And so tomorrow at 12 noon, you will be able to get your hands on our NextGenSKN manifesto app. And so tonight, it gives me great pleasure on behalf of the team, NextGenSKN team, in unveiling to you for the first time in the history of the Caribbean and perhaps the world. I haven't heard it. I didn't see Obama with a manifesto app. I didn't see that. And so, I didn't see that either. I didn't see Donald Trump with an app. I saw him on Twitter, but not with the app. And so, I want to unveil our NextGenSKN app, such that when you're on the street discussing any issue that we have brought forward, you can pull out your cell phone and say, just a moment, let me bring up the app. And so I'm going to ask the technical team now to show what is on my phone. So that's me there moving it about there. And you will be able to go through all the different aspects of our NextGenSKN app. So you may want to hear what the political or read what the political leader has to say. So we click on message from political leader. And there you have it. You can have a read through the message from Dr. Denzel Douglas as the political leader. Now to the top, you will see that you have some buttons, fast click buttons. The Facebook button will take you, of course, to Facebook. You can take a snapshot of the present page you're on by the middle snapshot button. You can go to the YouTube page, and I'm going to click each one. So let's start. Oh, no, don't go. Don't go. They told me don't go because I'll tell you, this is somebody's phone and they want to make sure we don't see the private things that are on there, and I totally understand. It's not my phone which is G-rated. So, so let's go back to the home button. So we'll click the home button. And we were speaking just now about the Code Red operation now. So we could click on that. And you can go through and see your safety and security. And you can literally quote your manifesto right from your hands. Healthcare, education, good governance. And you can see what we are saying right in the palms of your hand. There you have Leon winning Natta Nelson in his landmark case, telling you within the first 6 months in office what the Labour administration will do. We'll go out again. Let's go back out to the home. We have in our left column there happiness and comfort. So this will now go into the details of all the different sections of happiness and comfort. For instance, in new Labour administration will immediately appoint an independent national security director. So everything that we're discussing, you'll be able to go right to the palms of your hands, wherever you are, and say, that is my NextGenSKN team policy. I could see people on 4th Street discussing, Labour said that we're going, and Ike gonna like this one, expand the marijuana industry. And he's gonna be able to pull his app and read, make provisions for the legalization of cannabis marijuana that speak to, among other things, expunging police records of convictions for possessions of 30 grams or less, public education about the benefits and risks of cannabis, and so on and so on and so on. Let's go back out. So you sure I can go to show them you're positive? Okay, yes. I wanted to show you this button next to the home button takes you to our YouTube channel page such that you can see all of our videos. And let's say that you want to send something to someone. Let's say you're discussing it and you want to maybe take a snapshot. You just press this middle button there. And oops. Have I gone too far? Let me. All right. The owner did the correction. And so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from around the world, right here in St. Kitts-Nevis. Our NextGenSKN app. Put your hands together for the Next Gen team, bringing 21st century solutions to this campaign. And remember, tomorrow at 12 noon, you will be able to have access to this NextGenSKN app. Let's look at the candidates. There you have Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, insightful, intelligent, inviting, I am with you. Honorable Marcella Leiber, diligent, dedicated, driven, all in to win. Honorable Congress Maynard, attentive, appealing, accomplished, winning bigger for you. His Excellency Steve Rensford, thoughtful, tactful, tenacious. Steve for sure in number 4. There you have Kenny Douglas, friendly, fearless, formidable. What for me? For you. Dr. Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Llewellyn Douglas, visionary, vigilant, valiant, humble, selfless service. Leon Natter Nelson. No, they don't have winning. I'm going to contact the app master. Respectful, resilient, relatable, people over politics. In the little drive show we had today in through the streets of Bastia, when I went to West Bastia, I have some of my constituents looking out for some smile of yours. I don't know what they're watching. Then we have the caring Dr. Terence Drew. Caring, competent, courageous. Dr. Drew cares for you. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow at noon, you will have access to your very own NextGenSKN app with all of the information in the palms of your hand. Put your hands together for NextGenSKN. That is NextGen.
Thank you so much, Brother Conress Maynard, for that reveal. That was something. I know definitely that's going to go well for those of us in the media, especially when we need to question one of the politicians and something that they may have said or put in the manifesto. Bam! We pull it up one time with the phone and we start to jam. So, man, that is some innovation that I'm definitely excited about. A mobile app where you can view the manifesto. All right. Well, people, we've been here for quite some time now. Time is slipping away from us. Oh, my God. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start a little party. Hear them about, yes. Oh, you don't eat, so I ready a party now. A labor party. But you don't got a labor party already. You want next? Oh, okay then, cool, I got you. All right, so the entertainment for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome them to the stage. As a matter of fact, these guys have been doing some great things of late. The collaboration between these artists have been off the chain, and I must give them kudos, must big them up. One of my favorite artists, two of my favorite artists are going to be coming to perform for you live tonight, right here on this virtual platform. Technical crew, are you ready? Because me ready, you know. Are you sure I'm ready? Are you sure? Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to perform for you live right now, right here. Help me welcome 313 featuring Highlight and Ease. You know.
Yeah, I believe. G1, say brave. We say the more them fight and the more man. Yeah. Them can't intimidate because we are brave heart. 3 quarters of SK, tell me say the thing shot. Them can't intimidate because we are brave heart. Brave, the more them fight and the more man name call. Them can't intimidate because we are brave heart. All the hype, them hype, you know see the hype we are. Them can't intimidate me, brave heart. Say brave, yeah, no me step in the valley of death. Me no fear hypocrite and me no fear flesh. That hoop on me left hand is a fearless. No care who a group up, couldn't care less. No care who a pretend, so me fear them. They want kill me, but none of them don't build me. I want done, used to perform for a little $1 grand. Now everybody just want one. No. Step 2, we step in the quicksand. The one we then cook, the shame we live.
I tell you, Thomas.
Okay.
You don't know still somebody say easy.
Easy.
So we don't follow people. We are with.
Yeah.
Protect your pride, no lose character.
No lose none.
Stand firm in a Babylon, that's how it is. Righteous rule like could have never. So we don't follow people. We are we own a leader. Protect your pride, no lose character.
No lose none.
Stand firm in a Babylon, that's how it is. Righteous rule like could have never did. Watch out, man. My mama told me, son, you're known by the company you keep. Helmut can't help backside when you are bleeding. Step on the street and narrow path and I lead. Too easily influenced. Come in like them have no sense. Do the weirdest things to get a forward. To get a name card. Come in like some of them don't have no money to do.
In the next yard.
Fall back a he, fall back a she. The monkey one.
Most stay like forever. Fool where you feel me. Never chill.
That shit, you know.
Oh, you mean? Me link them. We represent Kitts Labour Party, you know? Yeah. How the wheelies, how the wheelies. Oh, did you? Say what you know. Me no link with nobody. Me no even care if you want me and me. You coulda be a friend to me, friend me a different when me a different. No one a last man back on me. Say me no link with nobody. Me no even care if you want me and me. You coulda be a friend to me. Me a different when me a different. Say that one your name link. I link make enough man Japan, make enough man get them and crack out and just to link. Link make enough man crack out and roll till them teeth them rat out and just to link. Say link make enough man end up in a jail innocently just because who them a link. So me not too, me have a little bit of link and me link them stink. Me tell you about link. Say if I know the chi one chi, them link no for me. Me no keep human link. Cause all who you think and you link. Let me go you for your things and kill you for your Cuban link. So nobody tell me what nobody me no care who are your friend and me no care who are your me who link. And me not too, me have a little bit and me link them stink.
Me never ever went to jail yet,
but me hear about it.
That's another place to visit. Still never fight them and it's a pretty badness like it's me never ever went to jail yet, but me hear about it. That's another place to visit. Still some price, still it's a pretty badness like it's a that shit, you know. You don't still remember represent for the black empress them. You know what I mean? You don't see ease or love with you know. Love my black woman. Sweet empress, you want me melanin. Ever stand out, my girl, you never fit in. Hold your crown on your head, even if you start till my girl, you fuck. In that pitch black that you never seen. Hold your head high, powerful thing. My molasses boy, sugar, you're my everything. Fresher than a rose, oh gosh. Watch out, man. Hey. Oh, me, oh, my darling. Me proud of you from morning. Oh, me, oh, my darling. Me proud of you. Love my black woman. Ooh, love my black woman. Ooh, love my black woman. Ooh, love my black woman. Ooh.
It's labor girls them. Girl no, girl can't take away you man. Them other girl a chat, but you know you are the one. Sing pan them baby, no girl can't take away you. Let a chorike. You see me? You just sing my life story. Really sang them. Watch out. Cause you used to swear upon your life, say you love. Now you a chat about things about me, no. All of me bridging a link me say, yo, you got to your move. From me now around now. Yeah, make you not leave me alone. You have me name up and down in a town. You tell your friend them boy me a clown. You don't know that when me did I touch you. Move on if you are move on. A long man if you are long man. Shed a tear if you still feel hurt. After all you only human. We stop blink from all along. Make you no come off of me name goddamn. The part where me can't understand, and the part where you used to love me, and them time that me used to love you. No, people change when them go the separate ways. You used to love me, and them time that me used to love you. No, people change when them go the separate ways. Me remember when we used to chill back. He coming like say me alone, me stand. All before me a like a one pop. A late night me a follow you a bus stop. He coming like that never me no. Can no we bus me see you a make be a chat. But you remember say me used to touch you. So who are the real idiot? Girl, move on if you are move on. Long man if you are long man. Shed a tear if you still feel hurt. After all you only human. We stop playing from all along. Make you no come off for me name God.
I'm tell her one done. Just a little more. You make up your face and me touch your body. Coming like the sun in a day. Boom. Every time you come in, you feel go again. Cause you know me like in a day. Mood. Make up your face and me put it in. Coming like the sun in a day. Boom. Yeah, my girl you hotter than the cayenne pepper. Hyperventilate every time she feel it pressure. But it think she be the just about her head in prayer. She love the raw material love her. That shit the man. Somebody say easy. Now me who blame my people them feeling nice tonight, you know. We don't know still. Watch the man. Talking love boys them say me still now. Na. Ooh. You know, listen to me, man. Talk to you. Is it? You give me a vibe, yeah, that I never feel. I deep in my soul, yeah. You made my life complete. Oh, let's get romantic. Can I take you to a place cause the Atlantic Ocean? Be my furnace. You're my lantern in the dark times. Starlight, moonlight. When everything started, I'll be right here all times. Once more into the fire I go. Na. When it's all said and done, I know it will be okay. And even if the world stops me, I won't let you go. And even if the sun don't shine, I'm here to let you know I'll be there. But you the end of the snow. And even if the sun don't shine,
Let me tell you ease out. Me tell her say, all what we've been through together, nobody can replace it never. So even if it don't work out, me love you forever. You want the pain, you're my pleasure. You want the pain to me paper. You're my soulmate. Me swear you make me life better. You want me really somebody. When me see you, me see real in front of me. You put me like you want me chase. Take out me heart and now get back to me. So even if we break up, don't worry. Me always love you totally. Cause you want me really somebody.
serious thing, Kemis. I mean.
Play a little lull. Okay. First time I perform that song, and the song is my favorite song. My personal favorite song. I share it with Uno. It goes so. Say me a hunt me dream, me nah quit. Go feel where me want because me want it. No for them end up on the wayside. Should them burn the bridge before they cross it. You style a man with a one pair of shoes. You never know a one full basket. I know who get a head start in a life, or who work the hardest and the smartest. And me making sacrifices. How many of you would I ever do what I did? Me bear the pain, me pay the price. Consider everybody when me make me choices. Watch how funny life is. Who you a try been, you them a try kill. How people so one-sided, and how people so bad-minded. Me coming like a public enemy, but still them can't get rid of me. Me on a higher heights, everybody see. And if you want to see the proof, go check your Hennessy. Come here, hunt me, dream, me nah quit. What you worry want, because me want it. No for them end up on the wayside. Should them burn the bridge before they cross it. You style a man with a one pair of shoes. You never know a one full basket. I know who get a head start in a life, or who work the hardest and this man. Damn homie, last year was the man, homie. What happened to you? What goes around comes on the table. Come a showing in my theater near you. You are sprinkle aisle like you can go. You are clasp your hands, close your eyes too. Nothing no work, no matter what you do, your press controls, and that is still no handle. I get too emotional, man. That's true.
Actually, you're blessed up in it, see me still, you know. From you feeling blessed on your home, go so. You know what I mean? From you feeling blessed on your home, go so. You see it? You don't know the man call these out, see me still, you know. Straight out the same pass. You don't know still because I'm the same pass people them. You don't know. You know? The more them fight, the more me thrive.
I'm blessed.
Moving at this stress, somebody say yeah. Put Celestia on your mind.
I'm blessed.
Moving at this stress. Somewhere put a million problems. Never free time. When I hear them, I worry about. Yeah. Cause I mean, I just want fire me upon them. Like a bank picture them. Can't I just me no one? Hey. Some quick to glance and look into your life. Judge and criticize them how I say your lies. I just to be living positive value while someone me lose me pride. 10,000 I mean not easily fragile. I'm a savvy for you go answer. If I could see it, well you don't know. You don't know. The more they fight, the more me thrive.
I'm blessed.
Moving at this chair, somebody say yeah, yeah. Put Celestia on your mind. Hold that, you know. Next track, one time. You don't know still, you know. You think they're reality music, you know. Real life always. Yeah. Gentlemen. It's easy. Listen to me, listen to me. No tranquility, we not see serenity. We find enough just a rapport for vanity. Profanity comes from the majority who claim say them live in high society. Now straight back to reality. You can't elevate, no. And then not about how you live. In this life it'll get cruel. Ooh. Them a pray for you meet you bed. Say them a pray and them a flat now. Let us men still a flood the streets so loud. Wicked hearts spread like disease. You say you are your brother keeper. Well how come we still can't live together? Why we still a war against one another? Influential people still there around, manipulating the ghetto youth. No most family has a grandchild. Out of that Ike. You're magician. G1. Hey, no bring no smile to me. Oh yeah, full you energy. Oh, no bring no smile to me. You know what's no good for me. Full you energy, me no silly habit to look at me no chin to me. No bring no smile to me. You know what's no good for me. Full you energy, me no silly habit to look at me no chin to me. Hey, gosh, smell a hater, sting like the dumb faker than a bank teller. Smile. So let me tell you, brother, any chance I trust yourself and never ask the father. You can see the devil in their eyes. Them a wicked, them a prefer them eyes. Them a sit down and a plot. When me see the face of the enemy, me stun to me.
Ease out. Who them a wait pan? Them a wait pan me. If me no say no, nobody no say no. Oh, we have vote for 2020. If me no do no, nobody no do no. Them a wait pan we. That one a name, me mind cynical, me the yard wanna pinnacle. Me think different, me a know the typical. Love you no man, last song I cut though. Oh did he, 7 mile. Energy. Me not the top so long they want me fall off. Them selection by me name they want to scratch off. Me highlight 4 and I laugh. Can't lose in the know when me band far. Them a try to pull me down, but me a laugh and just a pull them y'all just laugh. When me did not lose everybody y'all laugh hard. But then your fish and go tell them say you're fast hard. When me do unstoppable. Wanna say we can flappable. You want say we now make it all a come. Everything when we are do about the yo. I've been through the fire. Pull up.
I've been to the.
Run it again. All of that and a bag of chips. Oh did yo. Where me from? 7 mile. Yeah. Energy. We not the top so long them while we fall off. Them selection my name. Me highlight 4 and I laugh. Can't lose in the know when me band far. Them a try to pull me down. Me a laugh and just a pull them y'all jazz off. When we did not lose everybody y'all laugh hard. But in your fish I go tell them say you're faster. Yeah, unstoppable. You know see we unflappable. You want say we now make it well a come. Everything when me I do about that yo. I've been through the fire and flames and I'm turn up in the cash chateau. I've been through the storm and the rain and we still manage to get a dough. Unstoppable. You know see me unflappable. You want say me now make it well a come. Everything when we I do about that yo. I've been through the fire and flames and I'm turn up in the cash chateau. I've been through the storm and the rain and we still manage to. The most hated artist in the federation. Who that must be me. Can't go nowhere and rest me head and feel free. Politician and police and gunman are free. And none of them now get the fight like a me. None of them can live their life like a. Well you know more can't you kill movies. Else is action movie 3D. What they don't know. None of them don't know. When them make a back attack, me couldn't left voices for the radio. If I know for them, they would have done fly out. We are talking till we in a Mr. Yard. I rhyme with Best Sparrow and Cripper. Me your shatter like you know. Unstoppable. You don't see we unflappable. You will say we now make it to the how come. Everything when me and you are better yo. I've been through the fire and flames and I will turn up in the cash chateau. I've been through the love you know. Good night.
Big up.
Everything. Amen. You man, give it up one more time for the 313 featuring Highlights and Ezo. Whoa. Comrades, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. From wherever you're tuned in from, make sure you are ready. for election 2020. We will be coming your way again later on this weekend into next week with more virtual meetings. But in the meantime, and between time.
Check.
Here we go in with your song, Rascal. But in the meantime, I want them people walk up before we go home. This side on gone? I'm tired. May ready to run the people I'm out the live yet. Low! Very well. How you mean, man? Bye, what this be? Let's go!
Squeeze it really like two sticks.
Dang, dang, digga. Y'all are really serious.
Y'all are really mean this.
So close I like that. Walk it up.
Y'all share that knowledge.
La.
Because you got your white team. But up on them. Y'all are really. Y'all are really. What?
Stop that style now.
Share that knowledge.
Watch the girl them.
Some knowledge.
Watch the girl them.
Share that
yeah, man, send some love on the live now. What I do? Hand the girl there. But the bang down, diggy. Coming at the front line again.
Women nice, sexy ladies, nice and clean.
Why Java no play me? I mean the old road dog, yo. We gotta go! That what you want? Alright. Girl, you look so sexy.
So good. Coming at the front line, walk up, coming at the front line, walk up, girl, you look so sexy.
Read the boat.
Don't stay in the back, girl, cock it up.
You are the queen in the bar. You are the queen. Hey, let me give you a quickie. My boyfriend soon come home say, don't you got how it up. The children them soon done school say go how it up. We gotta go. Hey, people, enjoy your weekend, yeah?
Let me man down the road. Let me party.
I got your sugar, don't worry. Sugar. Sweet. I can't wait till they go to how to buy. Trust me.
Sugar bag is sweet. To the glass me. Like rice and peas. Watch out, like rice and peas. Sugar bag is a glass.
You don't sweet.
Sugar bag is a glass me. Like what? Like rice and peas.
What is that?
Too much of sweetness. Too much of sugar bag. Watch out, diabetes.
Too much of sweetness. Too much of. Too much of. With a bang dang dig diggy dang dang dig. I tell you, come in, no worry about it, I got you. Who is up with the music? Alright, then, boom.
Ladies,
we gotta go.
A big bottom.
If you got, wait, me.
Mean you have a small rocket front, and if you have a big,
then I guess I'm still loving. Fix you up straight.
you got a small bottom.
Come out banging.
Good for what you got. Sexy lady.
Last time styling. Are you ready? a sexy girl. Let's go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, now. Watch it though, watch it though, watch it though. Bend over. Shake, 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 shake. Bend over and shake it, girl. Bend over and shake it, girl. Bend over and shake it, girl. Look back, watch it, look back, look back. Watch your dance. Come go home now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much again for tuning in. We'll see you on another virtual. This one you want? Oh, okay. Just now. Hey, partner, cut it off. Me go to India. See me call in something. See, bless up yourself. That's the far, right?